going to make a switch on ELC1, take you to the cuts from the House on ELC1.
Senator from Alaska, Ms. Murkowski. The senator from Tennessee, Mr. Corker. The senator from New Hampshire, Mrs. Ayotte. The senator from Nevada, Mr. Reed. The senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The senator from Washington, Ms. Murray. The senator from Vermont, Mr. Leahy. The senator from Montana.
All right, for those of you just joining us, I want to say good morning. Welcome to Fox 10 News Now. Today we are kicking off our continuous Pope coverage by bringing you the Pope's address to a joint session of Congress that's scheduled to start at 7 o'clock Arizona time. So in just about 11 minutes, so stay tuned. We have that coming up right here on Fox 10 News Now.
Exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Sure.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
All right, guys, here's some interesting facts for you. So, John Boehner apparently has been inviting popes to speak to Congress for more than 20 years. Pope Francis was the first one to accept, and he'll be the first pope ever to address a joint meeting of the House and Senate. Are actually Catholic, including Marco Rubio, Jeb Bush, Chris Christie, and Bobby Jindal. Arizona. He himself is Catholic. He announced he would be boycotting the Pope's address. There you see Vice President Joe Biden, he himself Catholic, standing next to John Boehner. He himself also Catholic. Prior to that, we saw Secretary of State John Kerry shaking hands. Again, many politicians gathered waiting for Pope Francis's historic address to both the House and Senate. Just a couple seconds ago, we saw a glimpse of the justices of the Supreme Court as well. Obviously, this is a much anticipated affair. Many people looking forward to the Pope's speech to Congress. Obviously, he is making history. It'll be interesting to see what, if any, political issues he does bring up with Congress. I was joking with you guys in the chat room. I think this is the most anticipated live event we've ever gotten from. That is.
Mr. Speaker, the Pope of the Holy See.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you Pope Francis of the Holy See.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the Congress, dear friends, I am most grateful for your invitation to address this joint session of Congress in the land of the free at the home of the brave. I would like to think that the reason for this is that I too am a son of this great continent from which we have all received so much and toward which we share a common responsibility. Each son or daughter of a given country has a mission, a personal and social responsibility. Your own responsibility as members of Congress is to enable this country by your legislative activity to grow as a nation. You are the face of its people. They are representatives. You are called to defend and preserve the dignity of your fellow citizens in the tireless and demanding pursuit of the common good. For this is the chief aim of all politics. A political society endures when it seeks as a vocation to satisfy common needs by stimulating the growth of all its members, especially those in situations of greater vulnerability or risk. Legislative activity is always based on the care for the people. To this, you have been invited, called, and convened by those who elect you. Yours is a walk which makes me reflect in two ways on the figure of Moses. On the one hand, the patriarch and lawgiver of the people of Israel symbolizes the need of people to keep alive their sense of unity by means of just legislation. On the other, the figure of Moses leads us directly to God and thus to the transcendent dignity of the human being. Moses provides us with a good synthesis of a walk. You are asked to protect, by means of the law, the image and likeness fashioned by God on every human life. Today, I would like not only to address you, but through you, the entire people of the United States. Here, together with the representatives, I would like to take this opportunity to dialogue with the many thousands of men and women who strive each day to do a honest day's work, to bring home the daily bread, to save money, and one step at a time to build a better life for their families. These are men and women who are not concerned simply with paying their taxes, but in their own quiet way, sustain the life of society. They generate solidarity by their actions, and they create organizations which offer a helping hand to those most in need. I would also like to enter into dialogue with the many elderly persons who are a storehouse of wisdom forged by experience and who seek in many ways, especially through voluntary work, to share their stories and their insights. I know that many of them are retired, but still active. They keep working to build up this land. I also want to dialogue with all those young people who are working to realize their great and noble aspirations, who are not led astray by facile proposals, and who face difficult situations, often as a result of immaturity on the part of many adults. I wish to dialogue with all of you, and I would like to do so through the historical memory of your people. My visit takes place at a time when men and women of goodwill are marking the anniversaries of several great Americans, the complexities of history, and the reality of human weakness notwithstanding, these men and women, for all their many differences and limitations, were able, by hard work and self-sacrifice, some at the cost of their lives, to build a better future. They shaped fundamental values which endure forever in the spirit of the American people. A people with this spirit can live through many crises, tensions, and conflicts, while always finding the resources to move forward and to do so with dignity. These men and women offer us a way of seeing and interpreting reality. In honoring their memory, we are inspired even amid conflicts and in the here and now of each day to draw upon our deepest cultural reserve. I would like to mention 4 of these Americans: Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King, Dorothy Day, and Thomas Merton. This year marks the 150th anniversary of the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln, the guardian of liberty, who labored tirelessly that this nation under God might have a new birth of freedom. Building a future of freedom requires love of the common good and cooperation in a spirit of subsidiarity and solidarity. All of us are quite aware of and deeply worried by the disturbing social and political situation of the world today. Our world is increasingly a place of violent conflict, hatred, and brutal atrocities, committed even in the name of God and of religion. We know that no religion is immune from forms of individual delusion or ideological extremism. This means that we must be especially attentive to every type of fundamentalism, whether religious or of any other kind. A delicate balance is required to combat violence perpetrated in the name of a religion, an ideology, or an economic system, while also safeguarding religious freedom, intellectual freedom, and individual freedoms. But there is another temptation which we must especially guard against. The simplistic reductionism which sees only good or evil, or if you will, the righteous and sinners. The contemporary world, which affects so many of our brothers and sisters, demands that we confront every form of polarization, which would divide it into these two camps. We know that in the attempt to be feet of enemy without, we can be tempted to feed the enemy within, to imitate the hatred and violence of tyrants and murderers is the best way to take their place. That is something which you, as people, reject. Our response must instead be one of hope and healing, of peace and justice. We are asked to summon the courage and the intelligence to resolve today's many geopolitical and economic crises. Even in the developed world, the effects of unjust structures and actions are all too apparent. Our efforts must aim at restoring hope, righting wrongs, maintaining commitments, and thus promoting the well-being of individuals and of peoples. We must move forward together as one in a renewed spirit of fraternity and solidarity, cooperating generously for the common good. The challenges facing us today call for a renewal of that spirit of cooperation which has accomplished so much good throughout the history of the United States. The complexity, the gravity, and the urgency of these challenges demand that we pool our resources and talents and resolve to support one another with respect for our differences and our convictions of conscience. In this land, the various religious denominations have greatly contributed to building and strengthening society. It is important that today, as in the past, the voice of faith continue to be heard, for it is a voice of fraternity and love, which tries to bring out the best in each person and in each society. Such cooperation is a powerful resource in the battle to eliminate new global forms of slavery, born of great injustices, which can be overcome only through new policies and new forms of social consensus. Politics is instead an expression of our compelling need to live as one in order to build as one the greatest common good, that of a community which sacrifices particular interests in order to share in justice and peace its goods, its interests, its social life. I do not underestimate the difficulty that this involves, but I encourage you in this effort. Here too, I think of the march which Martin Luther King led from Selma to Montgomery 50 years ago as part of the campaign to fulfill his dream of full civil and political rights for African Americans. That dream continues to inspire us all, and I am happy that America continues to be, for many, a land of dreams. Dreams which lead to action, to participation, to commitment. Dreams which awaken what is deepest and truest in the life of the people. In recent centuries, millions of people came to this land to pursue the dream of building a future in freedom. We, the people of this continent, are not fearful of foreigners, because most of us were once foreigners. I say this to you as the son of immigrants, knowing that so many of you are also descendants from immigrants. Tragically, the rights of those who were here long before us were not always respected. For those peoples and their nations, from the heart of American democracy, I wish to reaffirm my highest esteem and appreciation. Those first contacts were often turbulent and violent, but we know that it's very difficult to judge the past by the criteria of the present. Nonetheless, when the stranger in our midst appeals to us, we must not repeat the sins and the errors of the past. We must resolve now to live as nobly and as justly as possible, as we educate new generations not to turn their back on our neighbors and everything around us. Building a nation calls us to recognize that we must constantly relate to others, rejecting a mindset of hostility in order to adopt one of reciprocal subsidiarity in a constant effort to do our best. I'm confident that we can do this. Our world is facing a refugee crisis of a magnitude known since the Second World War. This presents us with great challenges and many hard decisions. On this continent, thousands of persons are led to travel north in search of a better life for themselves and for their loved ones, in search of greater opportunity. It is not what we want for our own children. We must not be taken aback by the numbers, but rather view them as persons, seeing their faces and listening to their stories, trying to respond as best we can to their situation, to respond in a way which is always humane, just, and fraternal. We need to avoid a common temptation now awaits to discard whatever proves troublesome. Let us remember the golden rule. Do unto others as you do unto others as you will have them do unto you. This rule points us in a clear direction. Let us treat others with the same passion and compassion with which we want to be treated. Let us seek for others the same possibilities which we seek for ourselves. Let us help others to grow as we would like to be helped ourselves. In a word, if we want security, let us give security. If we want life, let us give life. If we want opportunities, let us provide these opportunities. The yardstick we use for others will be the yardstick which time uses for us. The Golden Rule also reminds us of our responsibility to protect and defend human life at every stage of its development. This conviction has led me from the beginning of my ministry to advocate at different levels the global abolition of the death penalty. I am convinced that this way is the best, since every life is sacred. Every human person is endowed with unalienable dignity, and society can only benefit from the rehabilitation of those convicted of crimes. Recently, my brother bishops here in the United States renewed the call for the abolition of the death penalty. Not only do I support them, but I also offer encouragement to all those who are convinced that a just and necessary punishment must never exclude the dimension of hope and the goal of rehabilitation. In these times, when social concerns are so important, I cannot fail to mention the servant of God, Dorothy Day, who founded the Catholic Worker Movement. Her social activism, her passion for justice and for the cause of the oppressed were inspired by the gospel, her faith, and the example of the saints. How much progress has been made in this area in so many parts of the world? How much has been done in these first years of the third millennium to raise people out of extreme poverty? I know that you share my conviction that much more still needs to be done, and in times of crisis and economic hardship, a spirit of global solidarity must not be lost. At the same time, I would encourage you to keep in mind all those people around us who are trapped in a cycle of poverty. They too need to be given hope. The fight against poverty and hunger must be fought constantly and on many fronts, especially in its cause. I know that many Americans today, as in the past, are working to deal with this problem. It goes without saying that part of this great effort is the creation and distribution of wealth. The right use of natural resources the proper application of technology and the harnessing of the spirit of enterprise are essential elements of an economy which seeks to be modern, inclusive, and sustainable. Business is a noble vocation directed to producing wealth and improving the world. It can be a fruitful source of prosperity from the area in which it operates, especially if it sees the creation of jobs as an essential part of its service to the common good. This common good also includes the earth, a central theme of the encyclical, which I recently wrote in order to enter into the dialogue with all people about our common home. We need a conversation which includes everyone, since the environmental challenge we are undergoing and its human roots concern and affect us all. In Laudato Si, I call for a courageous and responsible effort to redirect our steps and to avert the most serious effects of the environmental deterioration caused by human activity. I'm convinced that we can make a difference, I'm sure. And I have no doubt that the United States and this Congress have an important role to play. Now is the time for courageous action and strategies aimed at implementing a culture of care and an integrated approach to combating poverty, restoring dignity to the excluded, and at the same time, protecting nature. We have the freedom needed to limit and direct technology, to devise intelligent ways of developing and limiting our power, and to put technology at the service of another type of progress, one which is here, more human, more social, more integral. In this regard, I am confident that America's outstanding academic and research institutions can make a vital contribution in the years ahead. A century ago, at the beginning of the Great War, which Pope Benedict XV termed appointed slaughter, another notable American was born, the Cistercian monk Thomas Merton. He remains a source of a spiritual inspiration and guide for many people. In his autobiography, Merton wrote, "I came into the world free by nature, in the image of God. I was, nevertheless, the prisoner of my own violence and my own selfishness, in the image of the world into which I was born." That world was the picture of hell, full of men like myself, loving God and yet hating Him, born to love Him, living instead in fear of hopeless self-contradictory hungers. Merton was, above all, a man of prayer, a thinker who challenged the certitudes of this time and opened new horizons for souls and for the Church. He was also a man of dialogue, a promoter of peace between peoples and religions. From this perspective of dialogue, I would like to recognize the efforts made in recent months to help overcome historic differences linked to painful episodes of the past. It is my duty to build bridges and to help all men and women in any way possible to do the same. When countries which have been at odds resume the path of the dialogue, a dialogue which may have been interrupted for the most legitimate of reasons, new opportunities open up for all. This that required and requires courage and daring, which is not the same as irresponsibility. A good political leader is one who, with the interests of all in mind, seizes the moment in a spirit of openness and pragmatism. A good political leader always opts to initiate processes rather than possessing space. Being at the service of dialogue and peace also means being truly determined to minimize and, in the long term, to end the many armed conflicts throughout our world. Here we have to ask ourselves, why are deadly weapons being sold to those who plan to inflict untold suffering on individuals and society? Sadly, the answer, as we all know, is simply for money. Money that is drenched in blood, often innocent blood. In the face of the shameful and culpable silence, it is our duty to confront the problem and to stop the arms trade. Three sons and one daughter of this land, 4 individuals of 4 dreams. Lincoln, liberty. Martin Luther King, liberty in plurality and non-exclusion. Dorothy Day, social justice and the rights of persons. And Thomas Merton, the capacity for dialogue and openness to God. 4 representatives of American people. I will end my visit to your country in Philadelphia, where I will take part in the World Meeting of Families. It is my wish that throughout my visit, the family should be a recurrent theme. How essential the family has been to the building of this country. And how worthy it remains for our support and encouragement. Yet, I cannot hide my concern for the family, which is threatened, perhaps as never before, from within and without. Fundamental relations are being called into question, as is the very basis of marriage and the family. I can only reiterate the importance and, above all, the richness and the beauty of family life. In particular, I would like to call attention to those family members who are the most vulnerable, the young. For many of them, a future filled with countless possibilities beckons. Yet so many others seem disoriented and aimless, trapped in a hopeless maze of violence, abuse, and despair. Their problems are our problems. We cannot avoid them. We need to face them together, to talk about them, and to seek effective solutions rather than getting bogged down in discussion. At the risk of oversimplifying, we might say that we live in a culture with precious young people known to start a family because they lack possibilities for the future. Yet, the same culture presents others with so many options that they too are dissuaded from starting a family. A nation can be considered great when it defends liberty, as Lincoln did, when it fosters a culture which enables people to dream of full rights for all brothers and sisters, as Martin Luther King sought to do, when it strives for justice and the cause of the oppressed, as Dorothy Day did by her tireless work, the fruit of a faith which becomes dialogue and sows peace in the contemplative style of Thomas Merton. In this remark, I have sought to present some of the richness of your cultural heritage, of the spirit of the American people. It is my desire that this spirit continue to develop and grow so that as many young people as possible can inherit and dwell in a land which has inspired so many people to dream. God bless America.
The purpose of the joint meeting having been completed, the chair declares the joint meeting of the two houses now dissolved. All members and senators will remain in the chamber while the official party departs.
All right, guys. Even though the Pope has concluded his speech to Congress, making history as the first Pope ever to address the joint session of Congress, we are still continuing our coverage of the Pope in Washington, D.C., so don't go anywhere. We'll have continuous coverage here on Fox 10 News Now.
down the hall.
That, I'm gonna totally mess it up for you here.
What's up?
I'm gonna totally mess it up for you here.
Whatever you need to do, bro. They're going to go nuts when they see Steady. Yeah. Steady is huge.
A todos. Les agradezco su acogida y su presencia.
I'm so grateful for your presence here.
Les agradezco los personajes más importantes que hay aquí, los niños.
The most important ones here, children.
Quiero pedirle a Dios que los bendiga.
I will ask God to bless them.
Señor,
Lord,
Padre nuestro de todos,
Father of all,
bendice a este pueblo.
bless these.
Bendice a cada uno de ellos.
Bless each of them.
Bendice a sus familias.
Bless the families.
Dales lo que más necesitan.
Bless them all.
Y les pido, por favor, a ustedes
And I ask you all, please,
que recen por mí.
to pray for me.
Y si entre ustedes hay algunos que no creen
And if there are among you any who do not believe
o no pueden rezar,
or cannot pray,
les pido por favor
I ask you, please,
que me deseen cosas buenas.
to send good wishes my way.
Thank you very much, and God bless America.
Sorry.
Okay.
birthday as much in.
All right, guys. Now I'm going to give you a shot. This is the exterior of St. Patrick's Church in D.C. This is the next stop on the Pope's agenda. So to continue our Pope coverage, we are now bringing you this live shot. We will soon see the Pope's motorcade arrive here. And in just a few minutes, the Pope will be going to St. Patrick's. In the upper right-hand corner of the screen, you have the interior of St. Patrick in Washington, D.C. In the wide shot of your screen, we have a look outside of St. Patrick. Again, we are waiting for the Pope's motorcade to arrive, so stay tuned. We have continuous Pope coverage here on Fox 10 News Now. All right, guys, looks like the Pope is on his way as it appears his motorcade is arriving. First, many police units clearing the way for the Pope's vehicle to arrive. Again, the Pope is on his way to St. Patrick in Washington, D.C. We'll take you inside St. Patrick as soon as the Pope arrives.
Questi sono i nostri.
Non so qui se deve passare però questo, Se deve passare questo qua coi fili, attenzione.
All right, some interesting information about the Pope's visit to St. Patrick's Catholic Church. Only 60 parishioners from a lottery of church volunteers and about 250 clients and volunteers from Catholic charities were allowed inside during the Pope's visit. Catholic Charities St. Maria's Meals, which offers 3 weekly food programs in the D.C. area, plans to have 55 tables set up for the poor and homeless to be served lunch as the Pope blesses the food and walks through. Not sure if I told you this yesterday, but the Pope declined an opportunity to eat lunch with various members of Congress and instead chose to hold this event and eat with the homeless.
Un gusto de encontrarlos. Buenos días. Van a escuchar 2 predicaciones.
Statements.
Una en castellano y otra en inglés.
One in Spanish and one in English.
La primera palabra que quiero decirles es gracias.
The first word I wish to say to you is thank you.
Gracias por
Thank you for welcoming me and for your efforts to make this meeting possible. Here I think of a person whom I love, someone who is and has been very important throughout my life. He has been a support and an inspiration. He is the one
a quien
I
recurro
go
cuando
to
estoy medio
whenever
apretado.
I'm in a bind.
Ustedes
You
me recuerdan
make me
a
think
San
of
José.
Saint Joseph.
Sus rostros
Your
me hablan
faces
del suyo.
remind me of his.
En la vida de José
Joseph
hubo
had to
situaciones
face
difíciles
some
de
difficult
enfrentar.
situations in his life.
Una de ellas fue
One of
cuando
them
María
was the
estaba
time
para dar a luz,
when Mary was about to
para
give
tener a
birth to
Jesús.
have Jesus.
Dice la Biblia, estaban en Belén, le llegó a María el tiempo de dar a luz y allí nació su hijo primogénito y lo envolvió en pañales y lo acostó en el establo porque no había alojamiento para ellos. La Biblia es muy clara. No había alojamiento para ellos. Me imagino a José con su esposa a punto de tener a su hijo sin un techo, sin casa, sin alojamiento. El Hijo de Dios entró en este mundo como uno que no tiene casa. El Hijo de Dios entró como un homeless. El Hijo de Dios supo lo que es comenzar la vida sin un techo. Podemos imaginar las preguntas de José en ese momento. ¿Cómo? ¿El Hijo de Dios no tiene un techo para vivir? ¿Por qué estamos sin hogar? ¿Por qué estamos sin un techo? Son preguntas que muchos de ustedes pueden hacerse a diario y se las hacen. Al igual que José, se cuestionan, ¿por qué estamos sin un techo, sin un hogar? Y a los que tenemos techo y hogar, son preguntas que nos harán bien también. ¿Por qué estos hermanos nuestros están sin hogar? ¿Por qué estos hermanos nuestros no tienen techo? Las preguntas de José siguen presentes hoy, acompañando a todos los que a lo largo de la historia han vivido y están sin un hogar. José era un hombre que se hizo preguntas, pero sobre todo era un hombre de fe. Y fue la fe la que le permitió a José poder encontrar luz en ese momento que parecía todo a oscuras. De justificación social, moral o del tipo que sea para aceptar la falta de alojamiento. Son situaciones injustas, pero sabemos que Dios está sufriéndolas con nosotros, está viviéndolas a nuestro lado, no nos deja solos. Jesús
We know
no
that
solo quiso
Jesus wanted to show
solidarizarse con cada persona,
solidarity with every person.
no solo quiso que nadie sienta o viva la
He
falta de su
wanted
compañía y
everyone
de
to
su auxilio
experience
y
his
de su amor.
companionship, his help, and his love.
Él mismo
He
se ha
identified with
identificado
all
con
those
todos
who
aquellos que
suffer,
sufren, que lloran,
weep,
que
who
padecen
suffer
alguna
any kind of
injusticia.
injustice.
Él
He
lo
tells
dice
us this
claramente.
clearly.
Tuve hambre
I
y
was
me
hungry
dieron
and
de
you gave
comer.
me food.
Tuve
I was
sed y me
thirsty and you
dieron de
gave me
beber.
something to drink. I
Anduve
was a
como
stranger
forastero y me
and
dieron
you
alojamiento.
welcomed me.
Es la fe la que
Faith
nos hace
makes us
saber que
know that
Dios
God
está
is
con
at our
ustedes,
side,
que Dios
that God
está
is in
en
our
medio
midst,
nuestro
and
y
His
su
presence
presencia
spurs
nos
us
moviliza a la
to
caridad.
charity.
Esa caridad que
Charity
nace
is
la
born of the
llamada
call of a
de
God
un Dios
who
que
continues
sigue
to
golpeando
knock on
nuestra
our door,
puerta, la puerta
the
de
door of all
todos,
people,
para
to
invitarnos
invite
al
us
amor,
to love,
a la
to
compasión,
compassion,
a la
to
entrega de
service
unos
of
por
one
otros.
another.
Jesús
Jesus
sigue golpeando
keeps
nuestras
knocking on our
puertas,
doors,
nuestra vida.
the doors of our lives.
No lo
He
hace
doesn't do this by
mágicamente,
magic,
no lo hace
with
con
special
artilugios o con
effects,
carteles
with flashing
luminosos
lights and
o con fuegos
fireworks.
artificiales. Jesús sigue
Jesus
golpeando
keeps
nuestra
knocking
puerta
on our door,
en el rostro del
in the
hermano,
faces of our
en el
brothers and
rostro del
sisters,
vecino,
in the faces of
en
our
el
neighbors,
rostro del que
in the
está a nuestro
faces of
lado.
those at our side.
Queridos amigos,
Dear friends,
uno de los
one of the
modos más
most effective
eficaces de
ways we
ayuda
have
que
to
tenemos
help us
lo
is
encontramos en
that
la
of
oración.
prayer.
La oración
Prayer
nos
unites
une,
us.
nos hace
It makes us
hermanos,
brothers
nos
and
abre el
sisters.
corazón
It opens our
y
hearts
nos recuerda
and reminds us of a
una
beautiful
verdad
truth
hermosa que a veces
which we
olvidamos.
sometimes forget.
En la
In
oración
prayer,
todos
we all
aprendemos a
learn to
decir
say,
Padre,
Father,
Papá.
Dad.
Y cuando decimos Padre,
And when we say Father
Papá,
or
nos
Dad,
encontramos como hermanos.
we learn to see one another as brothers and sisters.
En la oración
In
no hay
prayer,
ricos o
there are
pobres,
no rich and poor people.
hay hijos
There are
y
sons
hermanos.
and daughters.
En la oración no
In
hay
prayer,
personas de
there is no
primera o de
first or
segunda,
second class.
hay
There is
fraternidad.
brotherhood.
En la oración
It is
es
in
donde
prayer
nuestro
that
corazón
our hearts
encuentra
find the
fuerza
strength
para no
not to be
volverse
cold and
insensible,
insensitive
frío ante las
in the face
situaciones
of
de injusticia.
injustice.
En la oración,
In prayer,
Dios nos sigue
God keeps
llamando
calling us,
y levantando a la
opening our
caridad.
hearts to charity.
Qué bien
how
nos
good it
hace
is
rezar
for us
juntos.
to pray together.
Qué bien nos
How
hace
good it is to
encontrarnos
encounter
en ese
one
espacio
another in this
donde nos
place
miramos como
where we see
hermanos
one another as
y nos
brothers and sisters,
reconocemos
where we
los
realize
unos
that we need
necesitados del apoyo
one
de los
another.
otros. Y hoy quiero
Today,
rezar con ustedes.
I want to be one with you.
Quiero unirme a ustedes porque necesito
I
su
need
apoyo
your
y su
support,
cercanía.
your closeness.
Quiero invitarlos a
I would
rezar
like to invite
juntos
you to
los
pray
unos por los
together
otros.
for one another,
Los unos con los otros.
with one another.
Así podemos
That
continuar
way we can
con
keep
este sostén
helping one
que nos
another
ayuda a vivir
to experience
la alegría
the joy
que Jesús está en
of
medio
knowing that
nuestro.
Jesus is in our midst.
Y que Jesús nos ayude
And may
a
Jesus help
solucionar
us to
las
solve
injusticias
the many injustices
que Él conoció
that he
primero.
knew first.
Mm. La de no tener casa.
That of not having a home.
¿Se animan a rezar
Are you
juntos?
ready to pray with me?
Yo empiezo en castellano
I've started in
y
Spanish
ustedes siguen en
and you
inglés.
continue in English.
Padre
Our
nuestro
Father,
que estás
who
en el
art in
cielo,
heaven,
santificado.
hallowed be thy name.
Y antes de irme,
Before leaving you,
me
I
gustaría
would like to
darles la bendición de
God's
Dios.
blessing.
Que el Señor los bendiga
The
y los
Lord bless
proteja.
you and keep you.
Que el Señor
The
los
Lord
mire
make
con
his
agrado
face
y
to
les
shine
muestre
upon you
su
and be
bondad.
gracious to you.
Que el
The
Señor
Lord
los mire
lift up
con
his
amor
countenance
y
upon
les
you and give you
conceda su
peace.
Por favor,
And please
no se olviden
don't
de
forget
rezar
to
por
pray
mí.
for me.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Uh-oh, it seems like we've lost some of our coverage. All right, it looks like now, there we go, we're getting this other feed in. Looks like this is where the lunch is set up. Give me 1 second. Actually go to this other shot of Pope Francis. Or rather, we're waiting for Pope Francis to arrive. That was not the Pope.
Quizá que dio la bendición, sí.
Holy Father is now going to give his blessing to you all.
Señor los bendiga y bendiga los alimentos. En nombre del Padre, y del Hijo, y del Espíritu Santo. Y buen apetito.
And enjoy your meal.
Again, for those of you who missed it when I first brought this up, what makes this event special is that the Pope declined to do lunch with members of the Senate and the House of Representatives, members of the Congress, and instead decided to eat with a handful of homeless people. We know that 60 parishioners are there, along with church volunteers, about 250 clients and volunteers. Meals are set up, and they plan to have 55 tables set up for the poor and homeless to eat lunch there at the event where the Pope is at.
Done on the microphone.
Maria, what are you going to eat there, though? You have some food. Looks like pasta. One of my favorites. Are you serious? Yeah. Wow.
guess other people. Frogs in the bottom line, I think they needed somebody black.
Got a picture.
same thing. It's like the funny thing is Dave's genuine.
All right, guys, just to recap, you are looking at a live look of the Vatican Embassy in D.C. right now. The Pope just returned there. The Pope scheduled to leave for New York momentarily. Later today, we will be carrying live events from New York City as well. In terms of his visit today, we just watched as he visited St. Patrick's Catholic Church in Washington, D.C. The Pope is scheduled to leave Washington, D.C. at about 1 o'clock Arizona time, so in about 3.5 hours. He's going to land at New York at JFK, and he will be holding an evening prayer service at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York. That prayer service is scheduled for 3:45 p.m. Arizona time. We'll be carrying that live here on News Now. All right, guys. Looks like right now you guys are just looking at an exterior of the Vatican Embassy. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go ahead and replay the Pope's speech to Congress from this morning in case you guys were not able to wake up bright and early about 3 hours ago. Don't worry. You guys can watch it again right here on News Now. Let's go ahead and watch that replay.
Francis will then head home to Rome Sunday.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of the Congress, dear friends, I am most grateful for your invitation to address this joint session of Congress in the land of the free at the home of the brave. I would like to think that the reason for this is that I too am a son of this great continent from which we have all received so much and toward which we share a common responsibility. Each son or daughter of a given country has a mission, a personal and social responsibility. Your own responsibility as members of Congress is to enable this country by your legislative activity to grow as a nation. You are the face of its people. They are representatives. You are called to defend and preserve the dignity of your fellow citizens in the tireless and demanding pursuit of the common good. For this is the chief aim of all politics. A political society endures when it seeks as a vocation to satisfy common needs by stimulating the growth of all its members, especially those in situations of greater vulnerability or risk. Legislative activity is always based on the care for the people. To this, you have been invited, called, and convened by those who elect you. Yours is a walk which makes me reflect in two ways on the figure of Moses. On the one hand, the patriarch and lawgiver of the people of Israel symbolizes the need of people to keep alive their sense of unity by means of just legislation. On the other, the figure of Moses leads us directly to God and thus to the transcendent dignity of the human being. Moses provides us with a good synthesis of a walk. You are asked to protect, by means of the law, the image and likeness fashioned by God on every human life. Today, I would like not only to address you, but through you, the entire people of the United States. Here, together with the representatives, I would like to take this opportunity to dialogue with the many thousands of men and women who strive each day to do a honest day's work, to bring home the daily bread, to save money, and one step at a time to build a better life for their families. These are men and women who are not concerned simply with paying their taxes, but in their own quiet way sustain the life of society. They generate solidarity by their actions, and they create organizations which offer a helping hand to those most in need. I would also like to enter into dialogue with the many elderly persons who are a storehouse of wisdom, forged by experience, and who seek in many ways, especially through voluntary work, to share their stories and their insights. I know that many of them are retired, but still active. They keep working to build up this land. I also want to dialogue with all those young people who are working to realize their great and noble aspirations, who are not led astray by facile proposals, and who face difficult situations, often as a result of immaturity on the part of many adults. I wish to dialogue with all of you, and I would like to do so through the historical memory of your people. My visit takes place at a time when men and women of goodwill are marking the anniversaries of several great Americans. The complexities of history and the reality of human weakness notwithstanding, these men and women, for all their many differences and limitations, were able, by hard work and self-sacrifice, some at the cost of their lives, to build a better future. They shaped fundamental values which endure forever in the spirit of the American people. A people with this spirit can live through many crises, tensions, and conflicts, while always finding the resources to move forward and to do so with dignity. These men and women offer us a way of seeing and interpreting reality. In honoring their memory, we are inspired even amid conflicts and in the here and now of each day to draw upon our deepest cultural reserve. I would like to mention 4 of these Americans: Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King, Dorothy Day, and Thomas Merton. This year marks the 150th anniversary of the assassination of President Abraham Lincoln, the guardian of liberty, who labored tirelessly that this nation under God might have a new birth of freedom. Building a future of freedom requires love of the common good and cooperation in a spirit of subsidiarity and solidarity. All of us are quite aware of and deeply worried by the disturbing social and political situation of the world today. Our world is increasingly a place of violent conflict, hatred, and brutal atrocities, committed even in the name of God and of religion. We know that no religion is immune from forms of individual delusion or ideological extremism. This means that we must be especially attentive to every type of fundamentalism, whether religious or of any other kind. A delicate balance is required to combat violence perpetrated in the name of a religion, an ideology, or an economic system, while also safeguarding religious freedom, intellectual freedom, and individual freedoms. But there is another temptation which we must especially guard against. The simplistic reductionism which sees only good or evil, or, if you will, the righteous and sinners. The contemporary world, which affects so many of our brothers and sisters, demands that we confront every form of polarization, which would divide it into these two camps. We know that in the attempt to be feed of enemy without, we can be tempted to feed the enemy within, to imitate the hatred and violence of tyrants and murderers is the best way to take their place. That is something which you, as people, reject. Our response must instead be one of hope and healing, of peace and justice. We are asked to summon the courage and the intelligence to resolve today's many geopolitical and economic crises. Even in the developed world, the effects of unjust structures and actions are all too apparent. Our efforts must aim at restoring hope, righting wrongs, maintaining commitments, and thus promoting the well-being of individuals and of peoples. We must move forward together as one in a renewed spirit of fraternity and solidarity, cooperating generously for the common good. The challenges facing us today call for a renewal of that spirit of cooperation which has accomplished so much good to throughout the history of the United States. The complexity, the gravity, and the urgency of these challenges demand that we pool our resources and talents and resolve to support one another with respect for our differences and our convictions of conscience. In this land, the various religious denominations have greatly contributed to building and strengthening society. It is important that today, as in the past, the voice of faith continue to be heard, for it is a voice of fraternity and love, which tries to bring out the best in each person and in each society. Such cooperation is a powerful resource in the battle to eliminate new global forms of slavery, born of great injustices, which can be overcome only through new policies and new forms of social consensus. Politics is instead an expression of our compelling need to live as one in order to build as one the greatest common good, that of a community which sacrifices particular interests in order to share in justice and peace its goods, its interests, its social life. I do not underestimate the difficulty that this involves, but I encourage you in this effort. Here too, I think of the march which Martin Luther King led from Selma to Montgomery 50 years ago as part of the campaign to fulfill his dream of full civil and political rights for African Americans. That dream continues to inspire us all, and I am happy that America continues to be, for many, a land of dreams. Dreams which lead to action, to participation, to commitment. Dreams which awaken what is deepest and truest in the life of the people. In recent centuries, millions of people came to this land to pursue the dream of building a future in freedom. We, the people of this continent, are not fearful of foreigners, because most of us were once foreigners. I say this to you as the son of immigrants, knowing that so many of you are also descendants from immigrants. Tragically, the rights of those who were here long before us were not always respected. For those peoples and their nations, from the heart of American democracy, I wish to reaffirm my highest esteem and appreciation. Those first contacts were often turbulent and violent, but we know that it's very difficult to judge the past by the criteria of the present. Nonetheless, when the stranger in our midst appeals to us, we must not repeat the sins and the errors of the past. We must resolve now to live as nobly and as justly as possible, as we educate new generations not to turn their back on our neighbors and everything around us. Building a nation calls us to recognize that we must constantly relate to others, rejecting a mindset of hostility in order to adopt one of reciprocal subsidiarity in a constant effort to do our best. I'm confident that we can do this. Our world is facing a refugee crisis of a magnitude known since the Second World War. This presents us with great challenges and many hard decisions. On this continent, thousands of persons are led to travel north in search of a better life for themselves and for their loved ones, in search of greater opportunity. It is not what we want for our own children. We must not be taken aback by the numbers, but rather view them as persons, seeing their faces and listening to their stories, trying to respond as best we can to their situation, to respond in a way which is always human, just, and fraternal. We need to avoid a common temptation now awaits to discard whatever proves troublesome. Let us remember the golden rule. Do unto others as you do unto others as you will have them do unto you. This rule points us in a clear direction. Let us treat others with the same passion and compassion with which we want to be treated. Let us seek for others the same possibilities which we seek for ourselves. Let us help others to grow as we would like to be helped ourselves. In a word, if we want security, let us give security. If we want life, let us give life. If we want opportunities, let us provide these opportunities. The yardstick we use for others will be the yardstick which time uses for us. The Golden Rule also reminds us of our responsibility to protect and defend human life at every stage of its development. This conviction has led me from the beginning of my ministry to advocate at different levels the global abolition of the death penalty. I am convinced that this way is the best, since every life is sacred. Every human person is endowed with unalienable dignity, and society can only benefit from the rehabilitation of those convicted of crimes. Recently, my brother bishops here in the United States renewed the call for the abolition of the death penalty. Not only do I support them, but I also offer encouragement to all those who are convinced that a just and necessary punishment must never exclude the dimension of hope and the goal of rehabilitation. In these times, when social concerns are so important, I cannot fail to mention the servant of God, Dorothy Day, who founded the Catholic Worker Movement. Her social activism, her passion for justice and for the cause of the oppressed were inspired by the gospel, her faith, and the example of the saints. How much progress has been made in this area in so many parts of the world? How much has been done in these first years of the third millennium to raise people out of extreme poverty. I know that you share my conviction that much more still needs to be done, and in times of crisis and economic hardship, a spirit of global solidarity must not be lost. At the same time, I would encourage you to keep in mind all those people around us who are trapped in a cycle of poverty. They too need to be given hope. The fight against poverty and hunger must be fought constantly and on many fronts, especially in its cause. I know that many Americans today, as in the past, are working to deal with this problem. It goes without saying that part of this great effort is the creation and distribution of wealth. The right use of natural resources, the proper application of technology, and the harnessing of the spirit of enterprise are essential elements of an economy which seeks to be modern, inclusive, and sustainable. Business is a noble vocation directed to producing wealth and improving the world. It can be a fruitful source of prosperity from the area in which it operates, especially if it sees the creation of jobs as an essential part of its service to the common good. This common good also includes the earth, a central theme of the encyclical, which I recently wrote in order to enter into the dialogue with all people about our common home. We need a conversation which includes everyone, since the environmental challenge we are undergoing and its human roots concern and affect us all. In Laudato Si, I call for a courageous and responsible effort to redirect our steps and to avert the most serious effects of the environmental deterioration caused by human activity. I'm convinced that we can make a difference. I'm sure. And I have no doubt that the United States and this Congress have an important role to play. Now is the time for courageous action and strategies aimed at implementing a culture of care and an integrated approach to combating poverty, restoring dignity to the excluded, and at the same time, protecting nature. We have the freedom needed to limit and direct technology, to devise intelligent ways of developing and limiting our power, and to put technology at the service of another type of progress, one which is here, more human, more social, more integral. In this regard, I am confident that America's outstanding academic and research institutions can make a vital contribution in the years ahead. A century ago, at the beginning of the Great War, which Pope Benedict XV termed a pointless slaughter, another notable American was born, the Cistercian monk Thomas Merton. He remains a source of a spiritual inspiration and guide for many people. In his autobiography, Merton wrote, "I came into the world free by nature, in the image of God. I was, nevertheless, the prisoner of my own violence, my own selfishness, in the image of the world into which I was born. That world was the picture of hell, full of men like myself, loving God and yet hating Him, born to love Him, living instead in fear of hopeless self-contradictory hungers." Merton was, above all, a man of prayer, a thinker who challenged the certitudes of this time and opened new horizons for souls and for the Church. He was also a man of dialogue, a promoter of peace between peoples and religions. From this perspective of dialogue, I would like to recognize the efforts made in recent months to help overcome historic differences linked to painful episodes of the past. It is my duty to build bridges and to help all men and women in any way possible to do the same. When countries which have been at odds resume the path of the dialogue, a dialogue which may have been interrupted for the most legitimate of reasons, new opportunities open up for all. This that required and requires courage and daring, which is not the same as irresponsibility. A good political leader is one who, with the interests of all in mind, seizes the moment in a spirit of openness and pragmatism. A good political leader always opts to initiate processes rather than possessing space. Being at the service of dialogue and peace also means being truly determined to minimize and, in the long term, to end the many armed conflicts throughout our world. Here we have to ask ourselves, why are deadly weapons being sold to those who plan to inflict untold suffering on individuals and society? Sadly, the answer, as we all know, is simply for money. Money that is drenched in blood, often innocent blood. In the face of the shameful and culpable silence, it is our duty to confront the problem and to stop the arms stride. Three sons and one daughter of this land, 4 individuals of 4 dreams. Lincoln, liberty. Martin Luther King, liberty in plurality and non-exclusion. Dorothy Day, social justice and the rights of persons. And Thomas Merton, the capacity for dialogue and openness to God. 4 representatives of American people. I will end my visit to your country in Philadelphia, where I will take part in the World Meeting of Families. It is my wish that throughout my visit, the family should be a recurrent theme. How essential the family has been to the building of this country. And how worthy it remains for our support and encouragement. Yet, I cannot hide my concern for the family, which is threatened, perhaps as never before, from within and without. Fundamental relations are being called into question, as is the very basis of marriage and the family. I can only reiterate the importance and, above all, the richness and the beauty of family life. particular, I would like to call attention to those family members who are the most vulnerable, the young. For many of them, a future filled with countless possibilities beckons. Yet so many others seem disoriented and aimless, trapped in a hopeless maze of violence, abuse, and despair. Their problems are our problems. We cannot avoid them. We need to face them together, to talk about them, and to seek effective solutions rather than getting bogged down in discussion. At the risk of oversimplifying, we might say that we live in a culture with precious young people known to start a family because they lack possibilities for the future. Yet, the same culture presents others with so many options that they too are dissuaded from starting a family. A nation can be considered great when it defends liberty, as Lincoln did, when it fosters a culture which enables people to dream of full rights for all brothers and sisters, as Martin Luther King sought to do, when it strives for justice and the cause of the oppressed, as Dorothy Day did by her tireless work, the fruit of a faith which becomes dialogue and sows peace in the contemplative style of Thomas Merton. In this remark, I have sought to present some of the richness of your cultural heritage, of the spirit of the American people. It is my desire that this spirit continue to develop and grow so that as many young people as possible can inherit and dwell in a land which has inspired so many people to dream. God bless America.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on the replay of Pope Francis's speech to Congress this morning. Obviously, it was a pretty big deal. A lot of people waiting to hear what the Pope was going to say, if he was going to talk about any sort of touchy subjects, anything political. Obviously, it was something that was so controversial that our very own Representative Gosar here in Arizona protested his attendance at the event, chose not to go. So what I'm going to do now is sort of recap some of the things that the Pope said during that speech so we can talk about it, sort of, pay attention to certain highlights of that speech. While I go ahead and get the video ready, what I'm going to do is actually play for you a story from Fox National in the meantime. Let me just pull this up for you. And this one is courtesy of Doug Luzader. He sends us lots of daily updates, whether it's politics or in this case the Pope. So this was his update that was sent to us this morning.
Pope Francis seems entirely comfortable navigating the streets of Washington, even pausing now and then to kiss a child along the way and wave at the faithful.
Just seeing him that close, you could feel his presence.
I mean, who doesn't want to see the Pope?
The Pope had just come from the White House, where he had emerged not from the Pope-mobile, but from a tiny Fiat to greet President Obama and speak to a crowd of more than 10,000 people. At times, he touched on political themes, where he and the president share common ground, like immigration and climate change.
Climate change is a problem we can no longer be left to a future generation.
Will he bring that kind of a message to Capitol Hill today? Or will he make additional waves and stress more conservative aspects of church doctrine? He may instead stick to broader cultural themes.
A criticism of the culture of disposing of things, this culture of ours that would have us dispose of things very easily, but also dispose of people, the globalization of indifference, as he's called it.
For the Pope, this trip has already been a whirlwind. Politics aside, he also celebrated Mass at the enormous Basilica in Washington, elevating Junipero Serra to sainthood, the 18th century Franciscan credited with bringing Catholicism to California.
All right, so that is the report from Doug Luzader. What I'm going to do now is play for you some of this video from yesterday of, you know, just video of the Pope while I go ahead and recap some of the things he talked about while addressing Congress this morning. Go ahead and lower that volume. All right, this is video of the Pope from yesterday near the White House lawn, shaking many hands. But I know many of you guys at home want to know what the Pope said to Congress this morning. So let's discuss it. Let's point out some of the highlights, shall we? Interesting fact, the Pope met briefly with House Speaker John Boehner prior to speaking to Congress. One of the things we noticed during his speech to Congress, John Boehner, very emotional, it appeared, getting teary-eyed. There were moments where he would pull out a tissue, wipe his eyes. Meanwhile, Joe Biden, sitting right next to him, much more, a lot of smiles coming out of Joe Biden, let's put it that way. Both Boehner and Biden are both Catholic, so obviously this was a very special moment for them. But Boehner specifically, though, for at least 20 years has been sending personal invites to the popes, hoping that one would come and speak to Congress. And Pope Francis was the first one to actually take up his offer, so this was a very historical moment. Now, when Pope Francis opened his speech, he described himself as the son of this great continent, joined in a common purpose with America. Now, Pope Francis is from Argentina. He is the first pope from the Americas. And like I said before, his speech to Congress is the first by any pope. Pope Francis also called for a delicate balance in fighting religious extremism to ensure that fundamental freedoms aren't trampled at the same time. He said in his speech to Congress that, quote, no religion is immune from forms of individual delusion or ideological extremism. He says religious, intellectual, and individual freedoms must be safeguarded while combating violence perpetrated in the name of religion. The Pope cautioned against simplistically breaking the world into camps of good and evil, basically saying there are all types of people in this world. You cannot group all people together because there are some bad apples in one group. You have to understand that every group of people has good people, bad people, extreme people, etc. Pope Francis has expressed deep concern about the slaughter of Christians and other religious minorities in the Middle East in the past. So that made sense as to why he brought that up. Pope Francis urging members of Congress and the United States as a whole to not be afraid of immigrants, but to welcome them as fellow human beings. He says people are not things that just can be discarded because they are troublesome. It's very interesting that he brought this up, given that the presidential race has focused heavily on immigration from Mexico and Latin America, and likewise, the United States trying to figure out how many migrants to accept from Syria and the wars in the Middle East. Pope Francis noted that he was the son of Italian immigrants to Argentina himself, also made note that the United States was founded by immigrants, and that many lawmakers are descendants from foreigners, and that this generation must not turn their back on our neighbors. He said, quote, "Let us treat others with the same passion and compassion with which we want to be treated." I'll go ahead and pull up some more video. Oops. Of the Pope. This is the Pope with President Obama. And video of the Pope that you just saw earlier. You saw the video in full of the Pope addressing Congress. Now, to continue our discussion as to what the Pope talked about when he was speaking to Congress, I'm going to go ahead and tell you a few more highlights. Pope Francis called for an end to the death penalty in the United States and across the world. Pope Francis says that every life is sacred and society can only benefit from rehabilitating those convicted of crimes. The Pope noted that U.S. bishops have renewed their call to abolish capital punishment. That idea is unpopular, however, with many politicians. The Pope did not specifically mention abortion. Obviously, that is a very contentious issue in Congress right now, which may threaten to force the shutdown of the government next week. He did, however, refer to the Catholic Church's opposition to abortion, urging lawmakers and all Americans to protect and defend human life at every stage of its development. Pope Francis also addressed Native Americans. Pope Francis expressed his sympathy for them, saying their turbulent and violent early contacts with Europeans that arrived that moment specifically, he sympathizes with them. He said it's hard to judge past actions, however, by today's standards. Pope Francis, however, did not specifically use the term American Indians. Instead, he said, the rights of those who were here long before us were not always respected. He said that for those people and their nations, he wanted to express his highest esteem and appreciation. It's interesting that the Pope brought this up because the Pope had been criticized by some Native Americans because of his decision to canonize Junipero Serra, the 18th century missionary credited with bringing Christianity to California. Now, according to some Native American groups, they say that Serra was part of a violent colonizing machine that wiped out indigenous populations in that part of California. However, the Pope has defended Serra as a great evangelizer who protected indigenous peoples from the abusers of colonizers. Pope Francis also demanded an end to the arms trade, which is interesting given that he was delivering this message to a country that is considered the world's largest exporter of weapons. The Pope asked why weapons are being sold to people who intend only to inflict suffering on innocents, saying, sadly, the answer as we all know it is simply for money, money that is drenched in blood, often innocent blood. Now, as you may or may not know, Pope Francis has in the past denounced weapons makers and dealers, calling them the root of evil and questioning how weapons manufacturers can even call themselves Christian. However, now before some of you bring up how wars are necessary, Francis has, however, said that it is legitimate to use military force against unjust aggression, for example, attacks by ISIS. In addition to all of these topics, Pope Francis also brought in the issues of marriage and family life, lamenting that the very basis of it is being put into question, basically alluding to gay marriage in a country that recently legalized same-sex marriage. Now, when he was speaking before Congress, the Pope said that family today is, quote, threatened perhaps as never before from within and without. Now, while Pope Francis has shown great openness to gays as individuals, he has staunchly upheld the church teaching that marriage is a union between man and woman. Now, here's an interesting thing noted by the Associated Press. Sitting right in front of Francis for that speech was John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Again, the Supreme Court that legalized gay marriage across the country. Francis is expected to speak at length in greater depth about this issue, about the threats to the family, at a big church rally in Philadelphia later this week, which we will carry for you guys here on News Now. Pope Francis also brought up climate change, urging courageous and responsible effort to avert the most serious effects of what he called the environmental deterioration caused by human activity. Francis says he's convinced that working together, nations can make a difference to slow global warming. He says the U.S. and this Congress have an important role to play. Now he says it's a time for a culture of care. Now, after he gave his speech to Congress, he went to a balcony on Capitol Hill. And let's go ahead and hear what he told everyone.
Y les pido, por favor, a ustedes,
And I ask you all, please,
que recen por mí.
to pray for me.
Y si entre ustedes hay algunos que no creen
And if there are among you any who do not believe
o no pueden rezar,
or cannot pray,
les pido por favor
I ask you, please,
que me deseen cosas buenas.
to send good wishes my way.
Thank you very much, and God bless America.
Now this is video of the Pope meeting indigenous people from California. Again, like I said, the Pope, his honoring of Junipero Serra yesterday, very controversial. Some indigenous people from California consider Junipero Serra to be part of the force that threatened them back in the 1700s when Junipero Serra came in, established missions. Some indigenous people feeling that their whole culture and life was wiped out as a result. Again, this is more video from this morning as he addressed Congress. In addition to all the lawmakers inside the Capitol who listened to the Pope, tens of thousands of people gathered on the front lawn of the Capitol and listened attentively to the Pope. What's interesting now, according to the Associated Press, the largest applause came from when Francis invoked the Golden Rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, in reference to the Syrian refugee crisis. He also received steady applause when he spoke about defending human life at every stage of development and about the joy of marriage and family life. For example, there was Carrie Totten and her sister who drove to Washington from New Jersey. They waited for hours to be outside the Capitol building to hear a telecast of Pope Francis's words and perhaps see him briefly. Even though their glimpse of the Pope was obscured by trees, they said their trip was well worth it. Carrie Totten saying she devoured the Pope's positive message in a world rife with hatred and finger-pointing. And she said she is optimistic that the Pope's message of unity will sink in even to a divided Congress. Now, after the Pope spoke to Congress, he went over to St. Patrick's Church, speaking to a much smaller group of about just 400 people. In case you missed that, I'm going to go ahead and find that for you so you can catch the replay. And we'll go ahead and find that. I'm going to go ahead and play this video of the Pope visiting the statue of Junipero Serra, again, the missionary who was canonized yesterday, the missionary credited with bringing Christianity to the state of California. Now, as I mentioned in the chat room, I asked you guys to share your thoughts on the Pope's speech to Congress. I said I would read some of your comments here on the show before moving on, so that's what I'm going to do. I want to acknowledge Tess saying that Tess says she will pray that the Pope will find it within himself to share his thoughts on abortion. Hapalea saying, I feel like the Pope was in the middle of a den of thieves. I feel bad for him. Rachel saying, I think it was courageous of the Pope to make a speech like that in front of Congress, knowing the stance of certain issues in America. Chris saying the Pope should have talked about abortion but didn't. Tess saying, Sami, I'm going to have to watch it again without distraction. Okay, well, Tess, feel free to. We have the full speech on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. Anyone who missed any of his speeches yesterday or today, feel free to go to our YouTube channel. We have all of those clipped there, and you can watch any replays from the Pope's visit to D.C. Let's see. What else? Looks like a lot of you guys been having this discussion about abortion in the chat room. Cinna Spice Girl saying he's a very progressive Pope, but still holds some of the original values of the Catholic Church sacred. Bruce G saying, I liked the part where he acknowledged that no religion is immune from individual delusion or extremism and that we need to be aware of it. Yeah, Bruce, that was a very good point. Cinna Spice Girl saying that's what we need to understand. Crazy isn't just directed at one particular religion, it is everywhere. It looks like I have gotten through most of the comments. Now what I'm going to do is, for those of you who missed it the first time around, give me a second. I'm going to go ahead and hold this video up for you guys. We are going to go ahead and watch Pope Francis speak at St. Patrick's Catholic Church. That took place this morning. Gonna go ahead and pull this up for you guys.
Boehner's crying and then Biden's like saluting people in the crowd.
And let's watch.
Encontrarlos. Buenos días. Van a escuchar dos predicaciones.
Statements.
Una en castellano y otra en inglés.
One in Spanish and one in English.
La primera palabra que quiero decirles es gracias.
The first word I wish to say to you is thank you.
Gracias por
Thank you
recibirme
for
y por el
welcoming me
esfuerzo que han hecho
and for your
para
efforts
que
to
este
make
encuentro
this
se
meeting
realizara.
possible.
Aquí
Here I
recuerdo a
think
una
of a person
persona que quiero mucho
whom I love,
y que es y
someone
ha sido
who is
muy
and has
importante
been
a lo largo de
very
mi vida.
important throughout my life.
Ha sido
He has been
sostén
a
y
support
fuente de inspiración.
and an inspiration.
Es a él
He is the one
a quien
I
recurro
go
cuando
to
estoy medio
whenever
apretado.
I'm in a bind.
Ustedes
You
me recuerdan
make me
a
think
San
of
José.
Saint Joseph.
Sus rostros
Your
me hablan
faces
del suyo.
remind me of his.
En la vida de José
Joseph
hubo
had to
situaciones
face
difíciles
some
de
difficult
enfrentar.
situations in his life.
Una de ellas fue
One of
cuando
them
María
was the
estaba
time
para dar a luz,
when Mary was about to
para
give
tener a
birth
Jesús.
to have Jesus.
Dice la Biblia,
The Bible tells
estaban en
us
Belén,
that while they
le
were
llegó a
at
María
Bethlehem,
el tiempo de
the
dar a
time
luz
came for her to
y,
deliver her child.
y allí nació su
And
hijo
she gave birth to
primogénito
her
y lo
firstborn
envolvió en
son
pañales
and wrapped him
y
in
lo
bands
acostó
of
en el
cloth and laid him
establo
in a manger
porque no había
because there was
alojamiento
no
para
place for
ellos.
them in the inn.
La Biblia es muy
The
clara.
Bible is very clear about this.
No había
There was
alojamiento
no
para
room
ellos.
for them.
Me imagino a
I can
José
imagine
con su esposa
Joseph
a punto
with
de
his
tener a
wife
su hijo
about to have a
sin
child
un techo,
with no
sin
shelter,
casa,
no
sin
home,
alojamiento.
no place to stay.
El Hijo de Dios
The Son of
entró
God
en este mundo
came
como
into this
uno que no
world
tiene
as a
casa.
homeless person.
El Hijo de
The
Dios
Son of God
entró como un
knew
homeless.
what it was to be a
El
homeless
Hijo de
person.
Dios supo lo que es comenzar la
What it
vida
was to start
sin un
life
techo.
without a roof over his head.
Podemos
We can
imaginar
imagine what
las
Joseph
preguntas de José en ese
must have
momento.
been thinking.
¿Cómo el Hijo de Dios
How is it
no tiene un
that the
techo
Son of
para
God
vivir?
has no home?
¿Por qué estamos
Why
sin
are
hogar?
we homeless?
¿Por qué estamos
Why
sin un
don't we have
techo?
housing?
Son preguntas
These are
que
questions
muchos de
which
ustedes
many of you may
pueden
ask
hacerse a diario
daily.
y se las hacen. Al igual que José,
Like Saint
se
Joseph,
cuestionan,
you may ask,
¿por qué estamos
why
sin
are
un
we
techo,
homeless
sin un hogar?
without a place to live?
y a los que tenemos techo y hogar,
These are
son
questions
preguntas que
which
nos
all of
harán bien
us
también.
might well ask.
¿Por qué estos
Why
hermanos
do
nuestros
these, our
están
brothers and
sin hogar?
sisters, have no
¿Por
place to
qué
live?
estos hermanos
Why are
nuestros
these brothers
no
and sisters of
tienen
ours
techo?
homeless?
Las preguntas de José
Joseph's
siguen
questions
presentes
are
hoy,
timely even today. They
acompañando a todos
accompany
los que a lo
all
largo
those
de la
who throughout
historia
history
han
have
vivido
been
y están
and are
sin un hogar.
homeless.
José
Joseph
era un
was
hombre que
someone
se
who
hizo
asked
preguntas,
questions.
pero sobre
But
todo
first
era un
and
hombre de
foremost,
fe.
he was a man of faith.
Y fue la fe
Faith
la que
gave
le permitió a
Joseph the
José
power
poder
to
encontrar
find
luz
light
en ese
just at the
momento
moment
que
when
parecía
everything
todo a
seemed
oscuras.
dark.
De justificación
No
social,
social or moral
moral
justification,
o del tipo que
no
sea
justification
para
whatsoever
aceptar
for lack
la falta de
of
alojamiento.
housing.
Son
There are
situaciones
many
injustas,
unjust situations,
pero sabemos
but we know
que Dios
that God is
está
suffering with
sufriéndolas
us,
con nosotros, está
experiencing
viviéndolas a
them
nuestro lado,
at our side.
no nos deja
He does
solos.
not abandon us.
Jesús
We know
no
that
solo quiso
Jesus wanted to show
solidarizarse con cada persona,
solidarity with every person.
no solo quiso que nadie sienta o viva la
He
falta de su
wanted
compañía y
everyone
de
to
su
experience
auxilio y
his
de su amor.
companionship, his help, and his love.
Él mismo
He
se ha
identified with
identificado
all
con
those
todos
who
aquellos que
suffer,
sufren, que lloran,
weep,
que
who
padecen
suffer
alguna
any kind of
injusticia.
injustice.
Wanting to hear it live. Want something to a certain look or a certain way. I usually wear it, day in, day out.
Tuve sed y me dieron de beber. Anduve como forastero y me dieron alojamiento. Es la fe la que nos hace saber que Dios está con usted, que Dios está en medio nuestro y su presencia nos moviliza a la caridad. Esa caridad que nace la llamada de un Dios que sigue golpeando nuestra puerta, la puerta de todos, para invitarnos al amor, a la compasión, a la entrega de unos por otros. Jesús sigue golpeando nuestras puertas, nuestra vida. No lo hace mágicamente. No lo hace con artilugios o con carteles luminosos o con fuegos artificiales. Jesús sigue golpeando nuestra puerta en el rostro del hermano, en el rostro del vecino, en el rostro del que está a nuestro lado. Queridos amigos, uno de los modos más eficaces de ayuda que tenemos lo encontramos en la oración. La oración nos une, nos hace hermanos, nos abre el corazón y nos recuerda una verdad hermosa que a veces olvidamos. En la oración todos aprendemos a decir Padre, Papá. Y cuando decimos Padre, Papá, nos encontramos como hermanos. En la oración no hay ricos o pobres. Hay hijos y hermanos. En la oración no hay personas de primera o de segunda. Hay fraternidad. En la oración es donde nuestro corazón encuentra fuerza para no volverse insensible, frío ante las situaciones de injusticia. En la oración, Dios nos sigue llamando y levantando a la caridad. Qué bien nos hace rezar juntos. Qué bien nos hace encontrarnos en ese espacio donde nos miramos como hermanos y nos reconocemos los unos necesitados del apoyo de los otros. Y hoy quiero rezar con ustedes. Quiero unirme a ustedes porque necesito su apoyo y su cercanía. Quiero invitarlos a rezar juntos los unos por los otros. Los unos con los otros. Así podemos continuar con este sostén que nos ayuda a vivir la alegría que Jesús está en medio nuestro. Y que Jesús nos ayude a solucionar las injusticias que Él conoció primero. La de no tener casa. ¿Se animan a rezar juntos? Yo empiezo en castellano y ustedes siguen en inglés. Padre nuestro, que estás en el cielo, santificado. Y antes de irme,
Before leaving you,
me
I
gustaría
would like to
darles la bendición de
God's
Dios.
blessing.
Que el Señor los bendiga
The
y los
Lord bless
proteja.
you and keep you.
Que el Señor
The
los
Lord
mire
make
con
His face
agrado
to
y les
shine
muestre
upon you
su
and be
bondad.
gracious to you.
Que el
The
Señor
Lord
los mire
lift up
con
His
amor
countenance
y
upon
les
you and give
conceda
you
su
peace.
Por favor,
And please
no se olviden
don't
de
forget
rezar
to
por
pray
mí.
for me.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that was a replay of Pope Francis's speech at St. Patrick Catholic Church. Only about 400 people in attendance at that event. He held that event shortly after speaking to Congress, so I replayed both of those events in case you guys missed it, in case you guys didn't wake up earlier, you guys were busy doing other things. Now you have seen them both, and if you missed my replay, it's okay because we have both videos posted on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix, so you can go there and watch it. Now, in just a few minutes, Ron Hoon will be joining me, and we'll be talking about the implications of the Pope's address to Congress. The Pope obviously brought up a number of controversial issues that are hot topics within the world of politics. Ron and I are going to break those down momentarily. In the meantime, I want to give you guys a live look outside of the Vatican Embassy. Again, the Pope is staying there, and the Pope is scheduled to leave soon, depart the embassy, go to the airport. He's going to leave D.C. and then head to JFK in New York. We are basically here on Pope Watch, nonstop Pope coverage here on News Now. The Pope's scheduled to take off in less than 2 hours. We'll be carrying his departure live here on News Now. Scheduled to land in New York about an hour after that. We'll carry that for you as well. And at 3:45 Arizona time, we'll be carrying the first of the Pope's New York appearances right here on Fox 10 News Now. I'm going to go ahead and play some of the Pope's appearances from yesterday in case you missed it the first time around. Here are some clips from President Obama yesterday during the welcome ceremony for the Pope.
Holy Father, on behalf of Michelle and myself, welcome to the White House. It reflects as well the way that your message of love and hope has inspired so many people across our nation and around the world. So on behalf of the American people, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you to the United States of America. And what is true in America is true around the world. From the busy streets of Buenos Aires to the remote villages in Kenya, Catholic organizations serve the poor, minister to prisoners, build schools, build homes, operate orphanages and hospitals. And just as the church has stood with those struggling to break the chains of poverty, the church so often has given voice and hope to those seeking to break the chains of violence and oppression. And yet I believe the excitement around your visit, Holy Father, must be attributed not only to your role as Pope, but to your unique qualities as a person. In your humility, your embrace of simplicity, in the gentleness of your words, in the generosity of your spirit, we see a living example of Jesus' teachings, a leader whose moral authority comes not just through words, but also through deeds. Holy Father, Holy Father, you remind us that we have a sacred obligation to protect our planet, God's magnificent gift to us. We support your call to all world leaders to support the communities most vulnerable to changing climates and to come together to preserve our precious world for future generations. And Holy Father, you remind us that we have a sacred. You remind us that in the eyes of God, our measure as individuals and our measure as a society is not determined by wealth or power or station or celebrity, but by how well we hew to Scripture's call to lift up the poor and the marginalized. To stand up for justice and against inequality, and to ensure that every human being is able to live in dignity because we are all made in the image of God. You remind us that the Lord's most powerful message is mercy. And that means welcoming the stranger with empathy and a truly open heart. From the refugee who flees war-torn lands to the immigrant who leaves home in search of a better life. It means showing compassion and love for the marginalized and the outcast, to those who've suffered and those who've caused suffering and seek redemption. You remind us of the costs of war, particularly on the powerless and defenseless, and urge us toward the imperative of peace. You remind us, Holy Father, we are grateful for your invaluable support of our new beginning with the Cuban people, which holds out the promise of better relations between our countries, greater cooperation across our hemisphere, and a better life for the Cuban people. We thank you for your passionate voice against the deadly conflicts that ravage the lives of so many men, women, and children, and your call for nations to resist the sirens of war and resolve disputes through diplomacy. You remind us that people are only truly free when they can practice their faith freely. Here in the United States, we cherish religious liberty. It was the basis for so much of what brought us together. And here in the United States, we cherish our religious liberty, but around the world at this very moment, children of God, including Christians, are targeted and even killed because of their faith. Believers are prevented from gathering at their places of worship. The faithful are imprisoned, and churches are destroyed. So we stand with you in defense of religious freedom and interfaith dialogue, knowing that people everywhere must be able to live out their faith free from fear and free from intimidation.
Welcome, Ron Hoon. So I was just replaying clips from yesterday, replaying clips from this morning, and it was a really big deal, the Pope's appearance this morning at the Capitol, his address to Congress.
Yeah. And do you know what's interesting about it? I think that this congressman from Arizona comes out looking foolish.
Because he's the only one who ended up protesting, right?
Correct.
In my understanding. So
Correct.
Representative Gosar, it's like...
It almost makes it sound like he couldn't handle whatever the Pope was going to say. Everybody else could. There were things in that speech that conservatives would like and that liberals would like. There's enough in there for anybody.
He hit on a lot of different points.
Yes.
And you're absolutely right. There are things that conservatives would like when he talked about marriage being, I guess, between a man and a woman.
Mm-hmm.
But then on the flip side, he was talking about climate change.
Yep.
He was talking about... he talked about so many different things. He talked about immigration and the importance of being open to people.
That we're all immigrants one way or another.
Exactly.
The whole question is, we've always been such an immigrant welcoming nation.
Right.
Why can't we fix our immigration system so that we can get back to having something that's organized, that doesn't encourage it? Literally, the system, I think, is so broken it encourages illegal immigration.
Because it's not really figured out.
Right. Because it's not reflective of where the demand is coming from. Although, to give credit where credit's due, at least the government is saying they're going to accept literally tens and tens and tens of thousands more from Syria than they otherwise would have. So, you know, that shows that something can be done.
Right, right.
But not a lot. And so, anyway, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, there was stuff in there for the traditional audience, for the conservative audience. What did he say on abortion?
I'm going to go ahead. He didn't really specifically use the word abortion. He talks about the value of life. I'm going to go ahead and bring up the notes that I had earlier. These were really good notes, courtesy of the Associated Press. They really narrowed down each and every topic. So I'm going to go ahead and, here we go. So, well, he also highlighted a different Americans in history.
Yeah, I thought that was cool.
Which obviously matters to you, Ron.
Like, boom.
You know,
right on.
Bringing up President Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King Jr., and then activists as well that were important in terms of the world of Catholicism.
Yes.
Dorothy Day and Thomas Merton. But in terms of abortion, let me just go ahead and... He didn't specifically mention abortion, but his remarks referred to the Catholic Church's opposition to abortion, urging lawmakers and Americans to protect and defend human life at every stage of its development.
Right. Yeah. I don't really even know if this Pope or even the last few have actually used that word, abortion. I think there's a way to address it, you know, without actually using such a highly charged
similarly, he didn't really blatantly say same-sex marriage either.
Right.
You know, he used terms like marriage and family life.
Mm-hmm.
Those sorts of ideas. So
Yeah.
just to recap some of the things he touched upon as soon as he kicked off. He first kicked off by saying he was a son of this great continent.
Right, yes, true.
Him being the first pope ever from the Americas.
Yes, right.
And then also talked about religious extremism.
Yes,
really wanted to
right.
bring that up in terms of world affairs.
Yeah, and violence in the name of religion.
Right, saying that no religion is immune from forms of individual delusion or ideological extremism. Obviously, I think most of us interpret that as a reference to ISIS, at least right now, the current climate in the world.
Sure.
The concern over that sort of religious extremism.
Right.
What was your take? I mean, you guys carried most of it on the morning show as well.
It's interesting to me that so much of the chatter now, but again, Samia, this gets back to substance versus not really celebrity, but the, I don't know, the softer touch, the softer side of news, I guess you could say. How much of the chatter is about the tears?
Oh my gosh, you're right. I mean, we haven't even talked about it here. I know we mentioned it in the chat room a number of times, but yeah, John Boehner was very emotional.
Yeah.
Incredibly emotional. We saw Marco Rubio tearing up in the crowd.
Yes. And I saw that and I thought to myself, I wonder if that'll, I'm sorry, I'm cynical, but I wondered to myself, I wonder if that'll bump him up 2 or 3 points. Because remember, we've also talked about how much times have changed from about 3 decades ago when a guy named Edmund Muskie ran and his campaign fell apart because he cried while defending his wife. Today, it's 180. Today, if that were to happen...
Right, and in terms of the polls, I mean, there are many people of the Catholic faith that are running. Marco Rubio tops the list in terms of support, though.
Yeah. By the way, Dan in Florida's Hooner welcome with all the lightning bolts and everything is pretty spectacular. Anyway,
oh my gosh.
Hey buddy, and hi Frankie and everybody else.
Tess saying the Pope was very vague regarding abortion, saying not addressing it head on is the same as condoning it in my book.
Interesting, Tess. That's an interesting take. Yeah, well, I think that, I guess the bottom line is there certainly were things that traditional or conservative people would like, and there were plenty of things that liberal people would like, but, I'm prepping for my Chris Wallace segment tomorrow, and I barely even want to get into the topic, because it just seems to me that Washington is so fractured that maybe there is a spirit of goodwill that will last for about as long as it takes the Pope to drive out to Joint Base Andrews and get on the plane and fly away. I know that's a sort of a somewhat negative view of things, not on the Pope, but on Washington. But I guess I'm going to ask him if there are any areas where... Because sometimes when you connect with people emotionally, it has a bigger impact than any debating points you might ever want to score, or, which super PAC you're taking money from, all those kinds of things. Maybe if he connected with people emotionally, and maybe if John Boehner's crying about something and Joe Biden is feeling touched and they're both...
Joe Biden was he was smiling the whole time. You could tell that he was emotionally connected to what was going on.
Yeah.
And like I said earlier, both Biden and Boehner, both Catholic.
Yeah.
It
is very interesting. So, again, I thought that it was foolish of Gosar to not go. Number one, I don't know.
So he was protesting because he didn't like the Pope's view on climate change.
Correct, but he also said, I think he's going to, go through all the liberal talking points. Well, that's you presuming to know what's going to be said. Why don't you go and actually listen and then come out afterwards and say, it was nice to have him here, but I disagree with boom, 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 boom. And the one thing I liked was this, or whatever.
Right.
But to just,
but I feel like this
close
is
your ears to it is just weird.
And he's not someone who's like a nationwide name. I feel like this is the thing people are going to know him for now.
That's correct. Yes, that's right.
He's not like this household name. He's not like, in terms of politicians from Arizona, he's not McCain.
Right.
So,
And that district that he represents is always pretty competitive. So it's congressional, not Senate. So that means every other year there's
Right.
an election. What is this? Are they doing the wave here?
These are live images outside of
Look,
the Vatican
I
Embassy.
just saw them doing the wave a second ago.
I mean, they're
That
just
was
having fun with it. Again, they're waiting for the Pope to leave because the Pope is scheduled to take off from D.C. at 1 o'clock our time in about an hour and a half. So you would think that he'd be leaving the embassy somewhat soon.
Yeah, you would.
You know,
Yeah.
just to get to the plane and take off. So I don't know. Here's an interesting take. Douglas saying so much for separation of church and state with the Pope addressing Congress.
Yes. Okay, so, my take, I have two takes on that. The first is, it was a little bit strange, the first image of seeing the most well-known representative of religion in the world
Right.
up on that podium. It was, for a minute or two. Yeah, I'm just talking about when he first walked
Right,
up
because
there.
you've paid attention to that podium for decades.
Well,
and you
yeah.
never.
No, right.
You're not really used to seeing that.
Yeah, exactly. So, that image. But then once he started speaking, I think that, there was enough there from from a policy standpoint,
Mm-hmm.
that you could have listened to it as much for the policy. Now, keep in mind, the Vatican is its own nation state. So he is a head of state. So that would be the difference between
That's a good point.
between having him and, say, the leader of the Methodist Church or something up there.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah. So I think that was probably, and they specifically never said from representing the Catholic Church or hear from the Catholic Church, they said the Holy See. So I'm sure that was part of the discussion on how they were going to handle it all. So anyway, it was, for just a moment, it was an image that sort of took you aback. But then I think once he started talking, he had plenty of policy stuff, and I just think that it was dumb for this particular Arizona congressman
to not go. I want to read a couple more comments. Bruce Street saying separation of church and state has nothing to do with this. Les Chomaine saying thanks Obama. He only invites the Pope because he needs the Pope to push back the conservatives. Actually, Les, can I just clarify? Obama had nothing to do with the invitation of the Pope. John Boehner actually is responsible for the Pope addressing Congress. John Boehner has asked popes for more than 20 years to come address Congress, and no one has ever accepted his invitation until now. So that's another reason that Boehner was probably so emotional, because he knows how much effort he's put into getting a pope to speak to Congress. He's tried over and over.
There is that angle.
You're going to get emotional, like, wow, it's finally happening.
I know. That's a good point, and you're a lifelong Catholic, so he's going to think that way. I also think that it was just... There's that angle of we just talked about the separation of church and state. There's also a thing they have back there called the separation of powers, which is who has the real power. It's supposed to, it ebbs and flows a little bit. People who are critics of President Obama think he's usurped more power than the presidency, than one man you ought to have, and that's what the whole country was founded on. We don't want to have a guy who's so powerful he can just individually rule, and make his own decisions. That's what we don't want to have a king. So the separation of powers argument would be Congress flexing its muscle a little bit here, because this isn't the first time that the congressional invitation was extended. Remember, what was it, 6 months ago, 8 months ago, Benjamin Netanyahu also spoke.
Right.
And
that was a really big deal.
He is a head of state.
But that was also very controversial because of his then beef with President Obama.
Correct. Yeah. That's exactly right. And so that's less of a religion argument and more of a separation of powers argument. But again, here's Congress saying, this is who we want to invite for this rare honor. And the White House did not want it. And that just caused them to dig in their heels. So anyway, just kind of interesting about all of that.
I'm going to put up, hold on a sec. I'm just going to post some video here so we can have this in the background instead. Mix things up, change the video from the live images to the images from this morning.
Yeah. I also think there's part of this is just in terms of the way he's actually speaking to people. Is he obviously is a gentle Gentleman.
Right.
You know, but he's a gentle
man.
And he, there's almost a thing that is, there's a quality to the fact that he struggles still with the English language, where you're almost like rooting for him, you know, to get it all out.
The fact that he's willing to speak English versus just speaking his language and having a translator there, that's very respectable.
Sure it is.
Because I don't think Obama's going to many countries and speaking their language.
No, I'm sure. I mean, imagine if you, Samia Khan, were invited to China to do a seminar on, you know, how to rule the internet.
I would just speak in emojis. I would hold up different images because that'll probably be the best form of communication.
Yeah, you know, and
Why
you're looking
use
at all
English
these
or
characters,
Mandarin?
right? You're like, ay. So
House emoji.
Yeah.
Smiley face.
I remember.
Sad face bomb.
Yeah, I do remember when I was a kid. We had my mom was a school teacher, and so after 2 years that she took time off for my sister and me to be born, then we had a woman who came into our home who had why was she in China? No, she wasn't in China. She was somewhere else in Asia, but her name was Mrs. Rothrock, and she tried to teach me this. It was either, I think it might have been Japanese.
Okay.
And she tried to teach me the language, and I'm just like a little 4-year-old.
I really think that is what contributed to your desire to be a world traveler.
Maybe so.
Maybe you attempting to learn Japanese at the age of 4 contributed to adult Ron loving world cultures and exploration and traveling, and it must be all because of that woman.
Interesting enough, not to get too far afield here, Samia, but I was on the phone with a customer service with an airline yesterday. I won't say which one, but I was saying, why are there almost no nonstop flights to Europe? And
you mean from Phoenix?
From Phoenix. Come on, we're a big enough city. Look at some of the other cities that are roughly about our size, like Seattle. It's ridiculous.
They have a lot of nonstop.
Oh, you can fly. I bet you they have 25 nonstops a day.
To Europe?
To either Asia
makes
or
sense,
to Europe.
though, because it's right there on the coast.
But again, we are too. And the point that this lady was...
exactly on the coast.
No, right. We're not L.A. However, we're a better run airport. Sometimes you fly into LAX, you're stuck there for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Phoenix is such an efficiently run airport. This is a little aside, but the lady said, to be honest with you, I think that if we start to see expansion in Phoenix, it will be on flights to major Asian cities.
That would make sense because it's closer.
Because we're practically in LA without having to be in LA. I'm sure it's more expensive to operate out of LA, and it's more, it's certainly more congested and more trouble prone.
Also, you have to take into account that probably a lot of these routes were determined years and years ago, and Phoenix has been growing exponentially over the years.
Sure.
So the reason they've been flying nonstop from the LAs and the New Yorks and all of that is because those cities have been big cities for a really long time.
That's exactly right. But it honestly is just it's not like a slap in the face, but it makes us seem more podunk as a town to not have these international flights. And so it makes me wonder, well, what's being done at the governor's office?
You get to Mexico from here.
Or the mayor's office. Well, sure you can, because it's a couple 100 miles away.
Well, because for example, Fresno, it's called the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. I'm like, where internationally are we going?
Yeah.
The only direct flight I think from Fresno is maybe somewhere in Mexico.
Probably,
even Canada, you have to connect in LA or San Francisco.
Yeah. But seriously, what's being done at the governor's level or at the mayor's level to develop these nonstop flights? It's kind of, it sort of makes us seem like we don't have enough of a business climate for international business, which is where it's at. Anyways.
By the way, speaking of travel, Tess saying, isn't the Chinese leader flying from Seattle to D.C. today?
Perfect segue. Perfect segue to a huge week in Washington, D.C. Tess, it's almost like you're sitting here right between us, because that's an excellent point. And it has been quite a headline-making visit that he has already created. Xi Jinping is his name. Because he went to Seattle, and you heard about this, right?
I did. I'm only allowed to talk about Pope things. So I've consumed no information other than the Pope. But tell me, because I'd like to know what else is happening.
Because the big story tomorrow, there's going to be 2 big stories tomorrow, which is that the Pope's in New York, and that the Chinese leader, which some people think, they're saying that this 21st century is the Chinese century, and that by the end of this century, they will be more powerful as a world power and as an economy than us. There's that thinking. and they certainly have become a lot more powerful. And they obviously have a lot more people. 1.3 billion to our 300 million.
Oh, that's a lot of people.
So people need to pay attention
that's
to
four
what...
times, more than four times the amount that we have.
And people need to pay attention to what happens in Washington tomorrow, as well as what happens in New York. So I hope we do give that at least some coverage. He went up to Seattle, which is where Boeing has most of it. They're actually headquartered in Chicago, but most of their operations are in Seattle. And that was all because the CEO was tired of flying. Do you know this? He actually said so. I'm tired of having to fly all the time out to Seattle when we have to do so much business in other parts of the country, especially in Washington and New York. So to make him happy, they moved the headquarters. Well, he called the shots. But anyway, they moved the headquarters to Chicago, even though Chicago has nothing to do with Boeing. But what they do have is all kinds of plants where they make the 747, the 737. The Chinese premier, just before, here he's one day from going to Washington, announced $35 billion of plane orders from Boeing. Oh, and by the way, Boeing's going to build a plant in China.
See, and this is probably going to really upset Donald Trump.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
he'll probably jump on it.
You know how many times he mentions China in his speeches.
He's so busy picking fights now; it's out of control.
So he's fighting with Fox,
right?
Fighting with
now it's Marco Rubio.
Was fighting sort of with Muslims until Ben Carson got in the mix. Now no one's mad at him anymore.
Right.
Because Ben Carson kind of took the fall for him.
Well,
who else is he fighting? He's always fighting with, I guess, women and Latinos.
Yeah,
right.
He's back on the Carly was a bad businesswoman bandwagon.
You know what's weird is we haven't talked about the only person in the world that could get us to stop talking about Trump for a day is the Pope.
Yeah, I know.
Can you believe that? This man right here, every single day, we have some sort of Trump story.
Yes, right.
Some angle to talk about it. And for once, I just realized, looking back now at all of my News Now coverage yesterday, not once, I think, did I mention Donald Trump. Unless I maybe asked myself, is Donald Trump going to meet the Pope? But other than that, we finally may have gone a Trump-free day.
Okay.
Just saying.
Dan is mockingly saying, please, no more non-Pope news, and then almost immediately starts talking about Trump.
No, he says, please, more non-Pope news. Like, he wants
more non-Pope news.
Right.
Well, that's the debate is, that's just an internal debate that we're all having is, are we going overboard? With our coverage of the Pope.
Yeah, it depends on who you ask. I just do as I'm told.
Now, Samia, that doesn't sound like the SK I used to know.
Well, if we're going to talk about journalistic
integrity,
decisions,
you stand up and fight the good fight.
And editorial decisions, then yes, yesterday there was an incident that shut down the 60, your neck of the woods.
Yep.
It was huge.
Yeah.
And it normally would have taken up hours and hours of News Now, continuous coverage, Sky Fox, everything, and we did not interrupt at all because the Pope was holding Mass.
Yeah.
And so in this situation, it was one of those
sticky widgets.
Yeah, and so I was just like, I was talking to Mike, I was like, dang it, can't they have these on different days when I need to find news to cover? And instead, these two things happen. Obviously, we provided extensive coverage on that via Twitter.
That's right.
But we weren't able to necessarily provide viewers with certain aerials that we would have had we had News Now access.
Yes.
But
by the way,
know what? The Pope isn't always in town, though. So that's the other argument. How often does the Pope come? This is history.
Oh, there's
no doubt. In the making, and it's something
doubt.
that people all over the internet are searching for. And given that we are YouTube, and even though we cater to the Arizona market, covering national and international stuff is important to us because technically being on the internet gives us a worldwide audience.
Yes, that's a very good point, Samia. A very good point.
So those are the two sides.
It was definitely a bigger deal when John Paul II came to America because he came to Phoenix.
Oh, you mean bigger deal locally when he came?
For us,
for
sure.
us,
yes.
But I'm saying.
In
Are
Phoenix,
you saying that nationally, though, this is probably a bigger deal, right? Because Pope Francis actually went to Congress for the first... that's big.
Yeah. And a big part of why Pope John Paul wanted to come here is his love for Native American people.
Right, and which has become very controversial. Well, not...
Yeah, right out in California.
Right.
They're opposed
Pope
to the
Francis,
canonization. Right.
Yeah, Pope Francis making Junipero Serra a saint. People were like, what?
Hey, by the way, so you can't take, can you take?
I don't even know.
Yeah, okay.
There is a duck tour and bus crash in Seattle, but I'm not even sure what I'm allowed to do and not allowed to do because I have this thing on the bottom that says Pope Francis visits U.S. or us, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to make an editorial decision right now.
Yeah.
Step away from this live shot of the Pope Francis coverage momentarily, guys.
Just for 60 seconds.
So we
you
can
gotta
show
see this.
you.
They have like a triage area set up.
This is crazy. We have a duck tour and bus crash in Seattle. Don't have a lot of information, but obviously 2 large vehicles colliding, and then you see it's not just the bus and the duck tour, it's also those small vehicles there on the
how they're all
bottom left-hand
backwards
corner.
and turned around.
I need the Skyfox to move more left.
Yes.
I need to see more. Show us the bus.
And I need them to widen out just enough so I can tell you where it is.
Oh, right, because this is your neck of the woods.
Absolutely.
This is like when we cover LA car chases, and I just feel
Yes,
so
that's right.
knowledgeable. I'm like,
You're like,
look, guys, let me tell you exactly what street it is
yeah.
and how long it'll take you in traffic.
Yeah. You're like, I know that in and out.
Which one? The one by LAX?
See. Right. Oh, now they're going to widen out a little bit.
Oh, there we go. Whoa.
See. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
It's bad. You know what? No.
Where could it be, Ron Hoon?
It could be. Nope, it's not the I-5. I was going to say it could be the I-5 because they've got a bridge that sort of looks like that. But you can see it's not a freeway. It could be the Aurora Avenue Bridge, which is a big, big, big bridge, but it's not a freeway. I bet you that's it, because people really zip up and down that road.
I'm looking for anything from the Associated Press. It doesn't look like they're sending anything right now, so let me try Fox Seattle.
So the thing about it is, Samia, look, they're going to zoom in. It's not just the duck boat, but it's the bus.
The bus, the duck boat tour, the small vehicles, but it really looks like the bus. It was the Aurora Bridge.
Yep, okay. That was what I just said.
Yeah.
Okay.
All patients extricated, approximately 50 people evaluated. Ride the Ducks vehicle, bus collide on Aurora Bridge. Extent of injuries unknown right now. Bridge closed in both directions. Considered a major collision. Avoid all areas.
Oh, look right there.
Is what they're
There's
saying.
somebody
Oh
who's
my gosh.
obviously hurting.
This is
so
sad.
You've got probably a wife holding a husband there or something to that effect. Yeah, gosh, that is sad. Well, that's just awful.
JR at the assignment saying this is going down in the Hooner's hood.
It is, correct. Well, I mean, Christian used to say I have this map in my brain that you couldn't, it was just there. And so yeah.
This is Seattle proper, though?
Yes, it is. The Aurora Avenue Bridge would put it probably just 2 miles north of the heart of the downtown high-rise district, but they're taking passenger after passenger, patient after patient, putting them on stretchers and getting them out of there. Ugh.
Is it a duck tour?
The odd thing about it is, yes.
What is the vehicle called? A duck tours?
Yeah.
Duck tour vehicle?
Vehicle, probably, because it's half boat and half, four-wheel drive type thing.
On Aurora Bridge?
Yeah. But the thing about it is, wouldn't you think that the duck bus would be the one that would take the brunt of it? I mean, it's more wide open. I mean, and yet the actual bus, and we don't know if that was like, a local bus or a Trailways or a Greyhound or just a tour bus for tourists. But, I mean, it was ripped open right on the side. We don't have any control of these pictures. They go back and forth between the ground shots and
right. So sad.
And their aerial pictures, but oh, look at that guy, Samia. Look at that. I probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, but I mean, we're showing the
horrible to
viewers
look at.
because these are the live images coming in right now.
He's just splattered
I'm
with
just going to
blood.
carry it until I'm told otherwise.
Yeah.
Because right now, there's nothing happening in the world of the Pope right now. So,
Yeah,
guys,
yeah.
those of you tuning in for our extensive Pope coverage, fret not. We will get back to Pope coverage momentarily. We do know he'll be departing D.C. in a little over an hour. We'll be carrying that for you guys live here on
Does
News
this
Now.
guy look like he's an airline captain or something?
This just looks so painful. I hate the sight of blood. It just
Oh, I know.
so awful. Hopefully there are no deaths. I hope that this resulted in just injuries and nothing more than that.
Well, I hope so too, but I can't see how whoever was sitting in those seats on the bus, not the duck bus.
Yeah, I
but
know the actual
the main
bus.
I don't see where
They could have survived
how
that.
you could have survived that kind of a ripping open of the bus. And you know, traffic's going to go 50 on the Aurora Avenue Bridge. I'm sure traffic goes 50 to 60 miles an hour.
Right.
They have such a problem in Seattle, such a problem with never upgrading their roads. That you're basically, when you drive around there, you are no, there's people. I can't imagine
Oh my
everybody on that
gosh.
bus survived. I just can't imagine it. But people
Should we? I'm going to show
who
that.
drive there probably just cannot believe how antiquated the road system is. They are building a light rail. They call it Sound Transit up there.
Look at this image.
Alright, stations, we're going to change the shot on your Edge Live Channel 1. We're going to take it to the Pentagon. We are expecting Defense Secretary Ash Carter to come out
Wow.
with his
They cut from the live scene.
To a boring news conference. Wow.
Wow, so we're
That's
showing you
a
this
question
image.
mark.
Obviously, if we get any other live images or updates, we will give you that update. But yeah, I just wanted to show you this image to show you just how bad that crash was. Obviously, really severe. And I guess...
Look, the front tire, one of the tires, Samia, got thrown in front of the bus.
I can't believe this is happening. And it happened while you were up here.
Yeah. Well, like I say, I mean, this won't even come up as the discussion. It won't even come up. It'll be a discussion about distracted drivers or somebody was going too fast. But so I went to school there in the 1970s. When I go up there today in 2015, it's the exact same road system.
So what's the issue?
They don't keep up with the growth. Seattle hasn't grown as fast as Phoenix, but it's grown dramatically.
So you're saying it's a high traffic area,
Well,
or what's the
yes,
issue?
the issue is that they are I-5 is always congested. So this is the one and only other main north-south road in all of Seattle. And so people will avoid the I-5 and get on the Aurora Bridge, or this is also called Highway 99 up there. And it's interesting, they're actually spending billions right in the downtown area to create a huge, no more than 2 miles from where this horrible accident happened, to create a tunnel that's going to go underneath downtown Seattle. And that will be a safety improvement, because currently it's this antiquated concrete bridge structure that goes back, I think, to the 1950s. The bottom line is, it's that same old, tired philosophy that, hey, if we don't build any new roads, we can pretend the situation's not getting worse.
And this is a topic you're very passionate about.
Well, it really
Roadway.
is.
I mean, you're even passionate about it here in Arizona.
Because I will give us credit. We have built, to keep up with the growth, we've built, I think, about 250 miles of freeway in the last 30 years here, roughly. It could be even a little bit more.
And we keep building the 202 expansion.
And I drive around Seattle and I think it's really not a good town to be driving in. I will just tell you that.
Right.
And this does not surprise me in one little bit that if I had to predict one place it was going to happen, it would be on Aurora Avenue.
Well, if we get any more live images, guys, like I said, we're going to bring them to you live. In the meantime, we only have 2 live images coming in right now.
Yep.
One from the State Department, the other one from outside of where the Pope is staying, continuing our Pope watch.
You're doing great
Look
with
at
that.
those kids, all excited to see the Pope.
One last chance to say their goodbyes and
I wonder if
get
they
a
all go to
handshake or
Catholic
something.
school.
Sort of looks
have to,
like
you
it,
must
yeah.
have to go to Catholic school to even get access
Correct.
to the area.
Yeah, I don't think these are just people walking down the sidewalk thinking, "Oh, look, that's the Pope's."
Yeah, well, let me join in. Yeah, it definitely
Yeah.
looks like field trip. Like you had to get access. Like maybe it was only the kids that got straight A's that
Yes.
got access to the Pope from each school. Like the top kids. Like, you know what? If you had done your homework.
Correct. Your reading assignments would have paid off.
I know. When in reality, the kids that are probably failing probably need to meet the Pope more so. The Pope needs to bless them.
Yeah, there you are.
And get those grades up.
Okay, I gotta go be on the news now.
All right.
and
Well,
finish
thanks
up some
for
other
hanging.
stuff.
Thanks for giving us your insight on Seattle and on the Pope's address to Congress this morning.
Yes,
Obviously, it'll be something that we'll be talking about for a while, especially once we hear different politicians speak out. I'm sure that my guess is there are media outlets, hopefully Fox and D.C., that are interviewing all these different congressmen, congresswomen that were in attendance, getting their reaction.
Sure.
Then Fox will ideally send it to us
Yes,
in the
right.
system, and I'll be ideally able to download it and share
Yeah.
it with you all because I want to know.
Yeah,
I want to know everyone's reaction to that. So, on that note, we're going to continue Pope Watch. You're going to go do the noon.
Yep.
And I'm going to keep hanging out with you guys here on
That's the
News
way to
Now.
do it.
All right, guys. Ashton Carter just started speaking at the Pentagon. Let's go ahead and listen briefly to see if he says anything about the Pope's visit.
Забезпечення безпеки своєї країни, регіону та світу. Він сьогодні розповів мені про ті надзвичайні кроки, які зробила
and I was very impressed by it. And the United States, for its part, has been steadfast in our support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial
All right, guys.
integrity.
It looks like it has nothing to do with the Pope being in D.C. It looks like Ashton Carter was just talking about Ukraine. Not just, but you know what I'm saying. We're supposed to be on nonstop Pope coverage, so that's what we are bringing you here on News Now. In fact, Mike Pace will be joining you momentarily to continue this extensive Pope coverage. The Pope in the U.S., the Pope in D.C., the Pope eventually on his way to New York City. So stay tuned. We have lots more News Now ahead. In the meantime, we are giving you these live shots coming in from D.C. outside of the Vatican Embassy where the Pope is staying. I assume that we will be seeing the Pope leaving the embassy shortly, as he does need to travel to the airport to depart for New York. Stay tuned. Pope Watch. All right, guys, it looks like we're getting those live images again from that really bad crash in Seattle. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up for you. And I'm also going to be passing things off to Mr. Mike Pace.
to render aid, given the number of people reported to be involved, given the number of people reported to be injured. I can't even tell you how many people I have seen taken away from here. But again, all lanes shut down on the Aurora Bridge from what appears to be a 4-car accident with a number of major injuries here in Seattle. I'm going to throw it back to you in Seattle, or back to you rather in the studio, as we continue to gather more information here at the scene.
We're just getting info in from the newsroom that this crash, 2 dead now, with many injured. We will get more details for you, but once again, 2 dead, 9 critically. Alright, if you're just tuning in, this is a live video from Seattle where we've just confirmed that 2 people have died in this crash, 9 critical right now, and many, many more injured on this horrible, horrible crash in Seattle on the Aurora Bridge. In other news, we are also on Pope Watch, and we'll be taking a feed from Washington, D.C. as he sets out to depart from D.C. and make his way on to New York City. More info coming up next. Thank you for watching Fox News Now. I'm Mike Page. working on to get you more info on this horrible, horrible crash in Seattle. From the Seattle Fire Department, they are saying firefighters are still evaluating patients. They do confirm 2 fatalities, 9 critical injuries. This is a tweet that was sent out by the Seattle Fire Department. They took this picture, and obviously, wow, just shows you just the devastation of this crash. You could see the staging area there as rescuers and are just trying their very best to help the people injured. And man, what a sad case here in Seattle today on the Aurora Bridge. 2 dead, 9 critical, and many, many more injured. Yep. You can see as the helicopter pans out a little, you can just see how this whole bridge is obviously shut down, but all the medical attention that is here. It is just a devastating scene here in Seattle on this Thursday afternoon, 6 minutes past noon. This was a duck tour vehicle that crashed into another bus, and just devastating scene here at the bridge. 2 dead, 9 critical, and many, many more injured. We are also on Pope watch. The Pope will be leaving Washington, D.C. pretty soon to make his way to New York City, where he will be doing a mass in New York City later this afternoon, about 3:45. Be on the lookout for that live stream. still working to get you more details, and once those details become available, of course, we will pass that on to you. Thank you so much for watching the Fox 10 News Now live stream. Just a devastating scene we're seeing here in Seattle. 2 dead, 9 injured so far in this crash. Many, many more injured, as just a devastating scene right now.
Preliminary information on this really tragic event, so bear with me. I'm just going to give you what we know for sure, and obviously this is an incident that's going to be unwinding for quite a few hours. So let me just start with the critical stuff. Unfortunately, we had about 4 vehicles that were involved in this. As you know, it was an amphibious duck versus a bus, and that's where most of the significant injuries came from. From that, 2 people died from their injuries from that incident. We transported 9, and 9 are having critical injuries. They were transported by medic unit to area hospitals, and then we have 12, luckily, with non-life-threatening injuries, and they also were transported. We looked at approximately 50 patients that we evaluated, and these are the final numbers that we have.
Which hospital is going to be able to handle this? Harborview, right? Or some going elsewhere?
Yeah. So this is a multi-casualty incident, and so we have plans in place to handle something like this. So Harborview is going to be handling all the tragic trauma-type injuries.
So what are the challenges of getting folks out of vehicles like this?
Well, when you arrive, first of all, it's sometimes challenging just getting to the incident because of the traffic being blocked on Aurora. Once the firefighters were there, we actually do a lot of training in this particular area. So we had multiple firefighters there on scene. We have a total of almost 90. We called in mutual aid. We've got help from Shoreline as well to help with our transportation. So some of the challenges is just the pure immensity of the incident and the amount of people that need our help simultaneously.
Any idea what caused this at this point?
No, obviously we don't have any of that information. And Seattle Police Department did inform me that obviously it's going to be, Aurora Bridge is going to be closed for hours as they do their investigation, and they'll be the ones that will be determining exactly what caused this.
How do you deal with the emotion? I mean, when I got here, I saw people crying and praying. That must make your jobs a little bit more difficult in some ways, sort of crowd control. Tell me about that.
You know what? I think our firefighters are really action-oriented, and so when they see something that needs to be done, that's their focus. Okay, we need to get this patient to Harborview, and that's the focus on that. Sometimes the more emotional stuff sometimes comes out a little bit later, but right now on scene, the incident and what it entails and what's asked of the firefighters, those are the easy parts because we're really action-oriented, and this is what we train for.
So where the fatalities came from? Was it the bus?
I don't know exactly, but my understanding, the majority of the significant injuries were from the patients that were on the bus.
Or from what, sorry?
From the bus. The significant injuries were mostly from the charter bus.
Do you know the basics of what happened? Who was heading north? Who was heading south?
I do not. You know, from the firefighters' standpoint, we really are just focusing on taking care of those patients that needed our help. A lot of that other information, exactly what happened, how it happened, when it happened, a lot of that is going to come out a little bit later. Right now, we are still handling some of the patients with the minor injuries. We focus all our resources on the ones that are critical, and now we're still getting some of the people with minor injuries off to the hospital.
So did you say 2 dead, 9 seriously or critically injured, 12 with non-life-threatening injuries?
Correct. Let me go through that again. We have 2 dead people. And my understanding, like I said, the majority of the critical incidents or the patients were on the bus. My understanding is the 2 fatalities were 2 people that were on the charter bus. We have 9 with critical injuries, and at this point, the breakdown from here, I do not know if they were from the duck or the bus. So
Ages of the 2 dead?
I don't have gender or ages, and a lot of that information will come out a little bit later. I just wanted to get some preliminary information to you guys now, and we will do another briefing. In fact, the Joint Information Center is up and running at the EOC, so we'll be plugging all of our information there, and we can get updated information by contacting the JIC as well.
Did you mention children?
I have not heard anything about children, but I did not specifically ask. So right now I'm just really concentrating on the critical numbers. I do want to mention again, the Emergency Operating Center is up and running for this level of a significant incident. Obviously this is going to impact with traffic and of course the ability that our firefighters are here on scene.
What are the other 2 vehicles involved?
There were 2 just passenger vehicles, and there might be more. That was just what was obvious from the visual of me walking up. So you had obviously the critical incident of the bus and the amphibious vehicle, and then there were 2 other vehicles that were obviously in a vehicle collision as well. How it all pertains together, we're going to let Seattle Police figure that out.
Do you have any information on the charter bus?
I don't, and that's a great question. You know, like I mentioned, our focus really was helping the patient. So some of that other information, like who chartered the bus, all that stuff's going to come out a little bit later. I apologize for not having it at this point.
Can you describe some of the video we're seeing? We're seeing how they're using those tools, firefighters, to try to get to these people. Describe what they're doing.
My understanding is that very early on in the incident, they were able to get the majority of the people off the bus. When I walked by, they were not using tools, so I'm not sure with the video that you're speaking with, but normally we have extrication tools that enable us to get patients out. Sometimes the tools are there to help us so that we can bring the patients out in a very safe and efficient manner. I spoke with the firefighters that were first on scene, and when they arrived, a lot of people were running at them, you know, obviously saying there's people that need help. So there's quite a few people that self-extricated from the accident. It's sometimes hard to tell who was actually on the bus, who were just bystanders wanting to help. A lot of the information and some of these numbers probably will get updated as we get more information.
Can you talk about the time that it took to get some of these people out of the buses?
I don't have that specific time frame. I know that we received the call at our dispatch center at 13 minutes after 11. And then we had all the firefighters arrive very quickly on scene. Like I mentioned, this is a multi-casualty incident, and I believe it was dispatched as such, though we were able to get a lot of resources here very, very quickly. My understanding, and I might have to check, but I think we had a battalion chief actually that was first on scene, which works out really well, sort of set up the command system.
And you said you guys have evaluated 50 people. Does that include
Approximately
everybody?
50 people, and that does include everybody. And that number is approximate because, like I said, sometimes it's hard to see or understand who actually was on the bus, who was in a standby wanting to help. So that's about the number that we look. But the numbers that I'm mentioning, where there's 2 fatal injuries, we have 9 in critical, we have 12 with minor injuries but still needing transportation, and then the rest, about 30, is fine, where they don't need transport.
Are you currently evaluating people right now behind us?
When I came walking up here, obviously the focus was on the critically injured, and a lot of the people that didn't have any complaints or injuries, they were still there on scene, and we're working at trying to get transportation for them where they need to go. And as well, I'm sure that some people will be speaking with them to get more information.
All right, we are going to dip out of this press conference as we just
I noticed that there's
learned a little bit more about the 2 dead, 9 critically injured. We will get back to this as we are going to go to Pope Watch 2015. Any minute now, the Pope will be coming out of those doors, make his way out of Washington, D.C., then on to New York City for the next leg of the U.S. tour. And there he is, the man of the hour. I think it's more selfie time. Oh. Somebody got a little bit too close to the Pope there. See, as you see that security just rush in. People are on Snapchat, Twitter, Facebook. This is definitely a younger generation, and Pope Francis is embracing the moment to be with them and maybe say a nice few words of encouragement on this beautiful Thursday afternoon. The Pope had a very, very busy day today, speaking to Congress. Then had lunch with the homeless people of Washington D.C. for a Catholic Charities event. You got to wonder if those camera phones are just on turbo blast right now, just taking about 20 pics a second. Really nice moment here. It's amazing to see how many of these kids are using the vertical feature on their phones. Pope is going to have a very, very busy afternoon in New York City. 3:45 our time, he's going to be holding a Mass in the heart of New York City, St. Patrick's Cathedral. All right. We're going to be dipping out of this coverage and going to a much sadder story in Seattle. You could see more of the critically injured being taken away right now. This crash happened just before noon. 4 vehicles involved in this. 2 are already dead, 9 critically injured, and many, many more injured. You can see, obviously, everything is blocked off from this bridge as this rescue operation is underway, and then after that will be the investigation on what just happened on this terrible, terrible crash on Thursday afternoon in Seattle on the Aurora Bridge. We appreciate you watching the Fox 10 News Now stream. Pretty soon the Pope will be getting on his plane in Washington, D.C., heading to New York City. Once he does, we will, of course, bring that to you. There are 12 people in this crash with minor injuries with the charter bus versus the Ride the Ducks bus. So, looks like we're going to have an interview here or a live shot. We will see what this is. Stay tuned.
Back in after this and check, so I think I missed maybe. Have you guys seen a couple more?
Same information as you had before then? Hasn't been.
Well, I don't know. It's the other
No, I mean, as of right now.
Yeah.
You know.
That I'm aware of. But I'm going to go get it another update.
Kelly, we're seeing ambulance after ambulance pull up here and triage teams being prepared to take in the injured. And I have Susan Gregg with me from UW Medicine in Harborview. Susan, how many patients so far have been brought here to Harborview?
We have 6 patients that have arrived, and we're expecting 5 more. And then those 6 patients are critical right now. They're in the emergency department at Harborview, and they are being assessed. And, we'll do a full workup on each one, and we'll have more information as, time progresses.
Now, I saw more than that come in here because I saw sometimes 2 per ambulance. Where did the other patients go?
Well, as the disaster control center for the area, we triaged 10 other patients to other hospitals with less serious injuries. So Harborview as a level 1 trauma center is always going to take the most critically, seriously injured, and that's what happened here. So we had 6 that came in that are more seriously injured, and then we have 5 other coming. So the 10 that went to other hospitals had injuries that were not as serious.
What kinds of injuries are you hearing about?
I don't know. I just know that we have the 6 in, and it's only been 15 minutes. So there's a full assessment and workup that's happening right now, and I don't know what those injuries are yet.
I know the media has just grabbed you, so you haven't really had a lot of time in there, but can you help us understand the scene inside? This is what you guys are prepared to do. This is what Harborview is known for as the top trauma center.
We do this every day. We've had a lot of disasters this last year, unfortunately, from Ozo to the SPDU shooting to Marysville. And so we're always at the ready. We have to be. We're 24/7, and we serve the Level 1 Trauma Center for 4 states. So, you have a big contingent down there, and you have a team that will take care of every patient, and you see a patient come in, and you see a team of 15 people surrounding that patient and doing everything humanly possible, and you triage. You take the most serious situation and take care of that first, and then you just go down the line. So we've got a well-equipped, oiled machine in there of people that not only do they know what they're doing, they have compassion for what they're doing, and it's what we do, and it's what we're great at.
Do you have any idea if most of the patients are coming from the charter bus or from the Ride the Duck?
I don't know that information. I assumed it was Ride the Duck, what we're seeing these patients from, but I can't verify that for sure.
When it comes to a situation like this, all I can think of is if it's a ride the duck and it's a charter bus, that means a lot of people who aren't from here, I would think. So that would be a unique scenario. They might not have the relatives, they might not have the support team in place. What do you do in a case like that?
Well, we have a social workers assigned to our patients, and especially in situations like this. So they are really good at trying to figure out where a loved one is if they're not already here and weren't near the scene or haven't heard about it. So we reach out in so many different ways. We're using social media now that we've never used. So we find ways and we find those families to get them here, and that's part of our team.
So far, to recount, you have 6 patients here in critical condition that are with teams. You have another 5 patients on their way here in critical condition, or you don't know yet?
I don't know that. I know that they're going to have more serious injuries than the other 10 that were transferred to other local hospitals.
So then we've got about 21 patients that we know of so far and 2 fatalities. Have you been told about that?
I have not heard about that. I know what's coming in here and what's been transferred, but I don't know any more than that right now.
That means we should probably send you inside so we can get more information because you're the one who can get it. Thank you very much. Susan Gregg from Harborview. And again, what we hear over and over is just the sound of sirens coming from these ambulances from that horrific scene. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, we will continue to monitor this situation, but we will head on over back to Washington, D.C. as the Pope prepares to head to New York City.
Hello.
You could see John Kerry making his way over to the tarmac where he will be greeting the Pope before he makes his way over to New York City. We thank you all for watching this Fox 10 News Now live stream. We have continuous Pope coverage as he is going to make it to New York City today to continue his U.S. leg of his journey here. A historic visit for the Pope. We saw the canonization yesterday taking place, and he's going to be doing a mass tonight, 3:45 our time, Arizona time. We will be, of course, taking that live for you. We thank you always for watching the stream. While we're waiting for the Pope to make his arrival at the airport, I do want to show you the story out of Washington, D.C. from our Fox station there, where they interviewed a girl talking about her priceless selfie that she got. Take a listen. And unfortunately, that audio isn't playing out right now. We'll try to get that for you.
originally on the right side from the gate, and we were waiting, and when he finally came out, he started going to the left side. Suddenly they come up to us and they say, okay, only 3 of you can go up to meet him. And I was like, this has to be me. And all I said was like, Holy Father, like I love you, and like you inspire me, can I take a picture with you? And he said yes. He gave me a blessing. I wanted it to be for, my whole life. I kind of like hugged him, and after he took the blessing, I held up my camera, and he looked at me, and he just like hugged me too. My friends, they were shocked. Some of them were like, I don't believe you, like, show me a picture, like, you have no proof. And I was like, I will show you at my locker. I have proof. You will see. I didn't have this originally on my bucket list, but now that it happened, I was like, wow, this happened. And I kept, every like 5 minutes, I'd go back on my camera and look back and just see. I'd be like, make sure they're there, be like, this happened. This for sure happened. It's not a dream. He's very, very special, especially to our religion. And he's only one in the world, and it was very, special and magical, and he really makes, a children's heart lift up.
Great girl there. Awesome, awesome story. She got a priceless selfie there. We'll have more stories like that coming up as we continue to be on Pope Watch, as Pope Francis making his way to the airport in Washington, D.C., where he will be then taking off to New York City for his next stop in his U.S. tour. I also want to show you this awesome moment from yesterday in the parade. I think a lot of people saw this, but it's one of the most talked about images of when this girl got to go up to the Pope. Very, very special moment indeed for that girl and her family. And she was able to meet the Pope from the parade route. An amazing story for her and her family. And our Fox affiliate in Washington was able to get an interview with her last night. I have the story for you. Here you go.
So what is he doing to you there?
Taking me away.
He told you couldn't cross?
Yeah.
And then what did he tell you?
Nothing, and then he grabbed me and then he took me to the Pope, like that.
So he takes you to the Pope?
Yeah, and he hugs me.
You still had something in your hand. What did you want to give him?
T-shirt and a letter, and I gave it to him.
Did he say anything to you?
No.
No? Did you give him a kiss?
He
Yeah.
just smiled at me, and he was crying, and I was crying too. I wanted to cry when I was in front of the Pope. I wanted to cry. I was sad because the policeman, he didn't let me in.
How did you get to the Pope? Did you get under the barricade, under the fence?
No, because it's so little.
So how did you get over?
Oh, my dad passed me over the gate.
But you wanted to hand him that letter, right?
Yeah.
What is it that you wanted the Pope to know about your daddy?
To know that the immigrants like my daddy, They're hard workers. He works in the factory galvanizing pieces of metal.
You're going to see the Pope again tomorrow, right?
And the president.
Yeah?
And I have a letter for the president.
And what are you going to tell the president?
I don't know yet. I'm going to plan it in my hotel.
What do you want to be one day when you grow up?
Scientist and a doctor.
Awesome memory there for that child, as once in a lifetime opportunity right there. We continue on with Pope coverage here. Thank you all for watching this live stream of Fox 10 News Now. Pope will be making his way to New York City. You could hear the crowd starting to chant and become more energetic as we are getting very close to the Pope's arrival here, as more dignitaries of state come wait. Here we see John Kerry meeting with some bishops and cardinals. If you're wondering what the Pope will be doing in New York City, he's going to land there later this afternoon, and then about 3:45 Arizona time, he's going to do an evening prayer at St. Patrick's Cathedral. Then tomorrow, he's going to address the United Nations General Assembly and also have a multi-religious service at the 9/11 Memorial and Museum in World Trade Center complex area. So that will be happening at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Of course, we will be streaming that live right here on Fox 10 News Now, so you will not miss any of the Pope's live coverage events. All this weekend, we will also be providing Fox 10 News Now. He is also going to visit Our Lady Queen of Angels School in East Harlem, where he's going to make a school visit there. And then Friday evening, he's going to take a motorcade parade through Central Park. That will be a sight to see. As you could just imagine, the thousands and thousands of people lining up in Central Park to see the Pope in New York City. And then Saturday night, he's having a big mass at Madison Square Garden. So he has a full slate of activities while he is in New York City. It's going to be a very, very quick trip for him, as everybody is excited for his visit to the Big Apple. Then on Saturday, he's going to depart to make his way to Philadelphia. And then Sunday night, he will be leaving Philadelphia back to the Vatican to wrap up a 6-day U.S. tour that is just jam-packed with activities. It is an absolute historic visit. Today's Mass will be 3:45 Arizona time at St. Patrick's Cathedral. The cathedral, a little history on the cathedral. It was opened in 1879. Wow. 4 pontiffs have visited the cathedral, so this is a must-stop for popes when they do come to the U.S. The last pope to be there was obviously Pope Benedict. He celebrated Mass at the cathedral during his formal visit to the United States back in 2008. John Paul II visited St. Patrick's Cathedral 2 times, once in 1979 and then in 1995. And you can see that motorcade coming close to the tarmac as the Pope is arriving soon. This is the Joint Base Andrews Base, where he is heading out of to go to New York City. He's going to make it there in an hour. He's going to arrive at John F. Kennedy International at 5 p.m. New York time, 3 p.m. Check that, 2 p.m. our time. New York City has been a key location for Pope visits. It is also considered the largest city in the U.S. with a population of over 8 million people. As you can see, that motorcade is coming close to the tarmac. You are watching live coverage right now on Fox 10 News Now. We thank you for being a part of this live stream. And there is the Pope at Joint Base Andrews. It's just going to be about a 60-minute flight, little up and down action. Enough time for him to maybe have a ginger ale. Once again, that evening prayer will happen 3:45 Arizona time at St. Patrick's Cathedral. We will be taking that live for you. It's expected to be about a 2-hour service. It's a Vesper service held in the heart of New York City. And here he comes. He's getting ready to board his plane on way to John F. Kennedy. New York, New York. Crowd chanting, and there he is, their first glimpse at him for the crowd. Meeting with John Kerry right there. Giving him a good send-off before he makes his way to New York City for the second leg of this 3-leg U.S. city journey. the Pope will have a just jam-packed schedule today and tomorrow in New York City. He's going to have about a 2-hour Mass at St. Patrick's Cathedral, wrap up the evening. Then a big day tomorrow with an address to the U.S. United Nations General Assembly. Then a religious service at the 9/11 Memorial and Museum at the World Trade Center. Then he's going to visit a school in East Harlem. So a jam-packed day for the Pope tomorrow. We will cover this for you as the wheels will go up as soon as everyone gets settled in that plane, of course. And there's a send-off from John Kerry as the Pope makes his way up the stairs onto his flight for about a 60-minute flight to New York City. You could hear the thunderous applause from the crowd there on the tarmac as the Pope and his staff will get settled in the plane and shortly take off to New York City. Crowd giving a nice wave off to the Pope as they're going to watch him take off. Memorable moment for the hundreds in attendance there. Catch a glimpse of the Holy Father on this very, very historic visit to Washington, D.C. We thank you all for watching this Fox 10 News Now stream. Of course, we will have the full Mass at 3:45 in New York City, 3:45 Arizona time, 6:45 New York City time. The Holy Father is about to make his departure, heading to New York City. We appreciate everybody watching this Fox 10 News Now stream. Live Pope coverage all week long, all weekend long. Fox 10 News Now is your source for everything Pope. There's a family right there making sure they got that perfect shot of the Pope. They're taking a look on their camera phone there as they want to preserve those memories for a lifetime. Trying to take a look at the best shots they can from experiencing the Pope in this very memorable moment.
Yeah.
on Saturday, the Pope will travel to Philadelphia at the Philadelphia International Airport. He's going to land at a private Atlantic aviation hangar. For all you aviation fans out there, that's where he is going. You're watching live coverage on Fox 10 News Now. Pope Francis is soon going to be departing to New York City, Kennedy International, where he has just a jam-packed schedule in the Big Apple. Of course, we will be covering the 3:45 Arizona time Mass that is happening today at St. Patrick's Cathedral in New York City. Of course, News Now will have that live stream for you so you could see it in its entirety. It's one of the good things about Fox 10 News Now is that we show events from the beginning all the way to the end. You know, sometimes if you try to watch some shows on TV, they might dip in and out of coverage. We provide that live stream for you so you could see it all uninterrupted for yourself as this historic visit is heading to its second leg of the U.S. journey. The evening prayer is expected to go about 2 hours. It's a Vespers service. If you're wondering what exactly is a Vesper service, well, it's just a meaning for a sunset evening prayer. And that is why it is being called that, because it'll be 6:45 on the East Coast when that evening Mass begins. My name is Mike Pace. You are in the Fox 10 News Now live stream. We appreciate everybody watching and participating in the comments section. As you can hear those jets begin to fire up. Very shortly, he will wheels up will be happening. Tomorrow morning, the Pope will be addressing the United Nations General Assembly, then having a multi-religious service at the 9/11 Memorial and Museum at the World Trade Center. And then he's also going to visit a school in East Harlem. It's called Our Lady Queen of Angels School. It's been providing grade school level education to the East Harlem community for over 120 years. He will spend most of the time with a third grade classroom. Obviously, that is going to be a memory that they will appreciate and remember for a lifetime in that classroom. Could you imagine the Pope being in your classroom? Wow. And here we go. The American plane is starting to make its way to the runway, on its way to New York City for the second leg of the U.S. journey. This is Fox 10 News Now, live coverage of the Pope. The plane is getting ready to get on the runway. Yes, the flags will be coming down as soon as they square up with that runway there. They're just doing a photo op right now, as they're making a lap around. And as you can see, those flags have already come down. It's a 1-hour flight. About 60 minutes to New York City. All right, looks like the plane is squared up with the runway. As the Pope is now leaving Washington, D.C., headed to New York City. I'm going to let you guys take in the sights and sounds of this Pope takeoff. And we have wheels. Here we go. Wheels up. The Pope making his historic visit to New York City. He'll be there in about 60 minutes. Of course, we will cover that for you on Fox 10 News Now. We appreciate everybody being part of this live stream, as we have been all week long been providing you beautiful, beautiful images of the Pope on his historic visit. All right, this is going to conclude this live stream of Pope Francis departing Washington, D.C. We appreciate everybody watching. We will be back on at 3:45 for the Mass.
It's a mutual thing.
In New York City. We may be on even a little bit earlier than that, just depending on the arrival and everything with that. So we will be tossing it over to Samia later today. My name is Mike Pace. Have a great afternoon, everybody.